Good morning, everybody. How's OPEX on Friday? What's up, Dork? All right. Let's see. So we got 1 minute till this opens, and then ES is moving up to like 43 or 45, 36, 37. Interesting. If a big company's earnings come in good, does it negate SLD? No. Well, it hasn't in the past. No, SLD would be starting on Wednesday, if we even get an SLD, right? You're gonna degen your face off today with that stupid ass fucking monster you concocted last night? I'm like 50-50. I haven't decided yet. Part of me really wants to. It looks so cool, dork. Although the functionality for selling that on Webull is not great. It's a 10 wide. So bad. It's 4505. No, that's not right. Uh, 4505. Oh, that's wrong. So, hmm. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. it gonna fill? If we fill the gap, I can enter the other part of it. Okay. Now I need puts 4505. This is a terrible fucking choice. The Banjo of Doom is hella loud. Oh, yeah. Sorry. That's my bad, guys. Do you have a downside PT for T? Yes. Give me 1 second. This thing is being kind of a bitch. Really not giving me a chance to enter the other side of this door. Yeah, I'm responsible for that because I was in a car on Sunday. You're correct. Wait, what happened? What is Gamma Max for Tesla? Tesla's like right at Gamma Max. It's like 289 or something. 1 sec. Let me look. Didn't I put it in the DD last night? Oh, you fucking piece of shit. You know what I guess I could do is I can just sell the fucking put at the money. We'll just do 510. What fucking difference does that make, right? Nope, that's wrong. Fucking switch that. Nope, that's definitely wrong. Sell 510, buy 375, 380. Then you just buy the single option. $2,500 buy. Cool. I did it, Dirk. That was not easy. It's so much easier on fucking IBKR. QQQ has no chill. What's it doing? This morning's positioning was kind of weird. More puts came in today. Um, like first thing this morning. Hold on one second. Let me open that up. Yeah, we got more puts coming in at like sub 44.75. 44.75 is still positive. And looks like resistance. It's also now our fast, like our gamma, like our fast gamma. Um, but on the 0 DTE, 44.75 looks pretty bearish. Do you have any day trades? I have no day trades. So this is, I'm just locked into this now. Fantastic. Although I think this is better because my sold calls at 45.05 and my sold put is at 45.10. Congratulations. So degenerate. What's up with Nvidia? It's like right at its adjusted GM. So yeah, the failure is not too unexpected. Also, last Friday, everyone sold a shitload of calls on it. Girk, I personally wish you luck today, Jody Rowe. Thanks, Joe Rowe. I can't do spreads in my account, but can you walk through and explain what spreads you just did and how they work? Hold on. Don't presume that they work. Um, they probably don't. But I sold. Oh fuck! What have I done, Dork? I've. Yeah. I've created multiple back spreads, but due to the change in price this morning, I've created like a guts back spread inverse butterfly. It has a profitability curve. Well, I guess it doesn't now. Um, Gork made sure the entire option strat is green, but that doesn't account for 200% in commissions. So I've got a profitability curve that looks something like, if this is positive and negative, it's something like this. With this being 4,500 and this being 4510. Ah. The Waluigi, I did it for Popcorn Trader. You're just looking for new and fun ways of setting money on fire. Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome. I successfully entered it. Now I just need the market to move today. Not wrong. Am I right? That is the profitability curve on this pile of shit. So I can't stay. This other loss point is in a weird spot too. It can't close here either, which is what 45. Oh yeah, 45.05. So I'm unprofitable at 45.05 or 45. Nah, fuck it. I'm not 45.0250 and 45.0750. But I am profitable at 45.05. Thoughts on Newegg? The volume was kind of careening off a cliff into the end of last week. It didn't look like a particularly good setup. Also, when it runs, it tends to run for like a single day. So I want to play QQQ, but it's so volatile. Just dropped 40 BPS on that. Oh shit. You entered the guts backspread inverse butterfly. I'm glad this is a stock channel. I did. Now the question is, will I make money on it? Maybe. Since you don't have any day trades left, you'll need to have all positions cash settled to avoid a PDT restriction, right? I can lock in profitability. Like if we swing really hard on the intraday, say we like move up test 535 or 45.35, right? I can cap this by selling another in the money. Yeah, I can actually just sell short the 45.15 call. So I can turn that into a spread, or I can open like a put debit spread. And that locks in the upside. So you can do put debit or turn this into a credit spread. Same thing is true for the downside. Did someone shoot NQ? Yeah, QQQ. I almost made it a pickles pick last night, but it didn't look particularly good this morning. Going into like, well, it didn't look particularly good Friday going into the end of the day. It's got quite a lot of puts at the money and a lot of very, very sold calls in the money. So, or well, above the current strike. I'm not really sure what's going to go on with it. I think people are pretty bearish on it this week because of the rebalance. But that's not true on SPY, like SPX. And I'm wondering if like after the rebalance, those two indexes are probably going to diverge even more. Have you tried a little Debbie spread? No. Touring Gang inspires me to over leverage my account. What are the chances we close above SPX 4500 today? I have bull put spreads burning theta at the money. The longer we stay up here, the better the chances get. But we could slip 45. There's quite a lot of put interest coming in at like 45.05 and 44.10 or 45.10. Um, but 4,500 still resistance. So we would need a bigger move. Actually, all the options interest on all the options interest here is pretty evenly split. That's like the put call ratio is like 1.2 so far. Zero DTE straddle. I mean, I'm kind of doing that. What have I done to work? Oh, Jesus. Why do you have to get me fucking bearish and horny when I'm drinking? Am I fucked? No, I don't think so. When was the last time something in the market truly shocked you? The current PE ratios of these tech companies is pretty fucking shocking. Even positioning, and you know the bulls are gonna slam the VIX down in a moment. I'm gonna chill. All right. I mean, you can always limit any loss, so it's not like you're in a terrible spot or anything. Are they gonna keep the pump going? They really want to try. That's what I've gotten from the positioning is they're not ready to go home. But they lost to call sellers on Friday. They could very well lose to call sellers again today if they try to pump. It it doesn't look good long term. And then Charm's only ramping up throughout the week into the OPEX expiration, right? So all of their out of the money call positioning that they're banking on getting back in the money is slowly decaying and not so slowly every day that passes. Is there a NASDAQ equivalent for VIX? Yes, but I can't remember the name of it right now. VQN? Something like that? Oh, low end PT for AT&T. Ah, well, it's pretty close to it. I think it was like 14. It it could drop a little lower. Yeah, like 1388 was my low end. If it keeps dropping, maybe 13, and then much bigger resistance at like 1225. Holy fuck, it's getting hammered so hard. Why? They're not even unprofitable. Some fucking lead and wires that they laid in the 50s. Who gives a shit? I have a stop loss at 100% credit. Oh, okay. Is BTU going to hang around these prices before earnings? I want to sell some weekly CC, but I'm not sure if it's worth it. So broad commodities keeps moving up. It did open a little lower today. So we've got what's I guess it's technically a rejection on the trend line. Actually, it's just kind of opened back on the trend. 1 second. Here. You can see it yourself. So broad commodities is opening back on the trend. I think I think this is still pretty stable, and the trend so far looks pretty bullish still. So that should be good for BTU. Although China's opening last night, or China's GDP report shows that their economic reopening is not going to plan at all. They're either going to step in with more QE, or their economy's in a really bad spot. So I guess it's going to depend a lot on that, given that they're the largest consumer of coal. So we'll see how that situation shakes out over the next few days. I would say most likely we're gonna see a fairly significant amount of quantitative easing from China's central bank. VXN? Okay. Thanks, Dork. Netflix having a good morning. Writers actor strike bullish. No, just a bunch of calls bought last Friday. I need to build this fucking piece of shit in option strat. Do you have any other so New York Empire State Manufacturing Index came in at 1.1 versus the previous 6.6, so a little bit of contraction there, but New York's still outperforming all the other Fed manufacturing reports. I think it's the only one that's been consistently positive, although it has contracted a bit for July. And then if you add them all up and average them, there's still a ton of contraction in manufacturing. What do you think China's QE will do to U.S. markets and economy? I mean, it could strengthen the dollar a bit. Um, it depends where they're going to get the money to do it. I mean, if they start selling U.S. Treasuries, that would be bad. Gives us an opportunity to get ahead of them on the manufacturing front, provided we're able to, you know, subsidize growth in those sectors. Their Belt Road projects are not paying. No, no, they're not. Um, yeah, they have some issues, but I mean that might just encourage them to sell U.S. Treasuries even more, right? Been on vacation. What's going on with Fubo? Sub $2 again anytime soon, or is that out the window now? I don't think sub 2 is out the window, but it is kind of a long way off. Right now we're trading at 290. There's still a lot of like mixed interest at $3. Russell's doing okay today again, so I'd probably be careful of being overly bearish, especially if it moves back above 3. Because if it does that, then everybody who sold calls at 3 last Friday is gonna pull their calls back, and that could push it a little higher. Netflix increase, so they got like an analyst upgrade this morning, and they got a nice bounce after they broke down on Friday, but they're still below resistance. I don't know if this will even hold up. Like this actually doesn't look that great. Like it came up and retested the trend here and failed. If I should short that. Short. Hmm. No, not yet. It's too soon. Risky. Can you explain how NVIDIA's red after an analyst upgrade? Seems broken. Well, people have decided to either ignore the analyst or the sold call positioning that came in last Friday is significantly stronger than any bullish momentum on the back of said upgrade. Is Jimmy liquidity priming it for big ups on OPEX? I don't know. It's very flat today. What was weird today is there was no big liquidity grab in the pre-market, but that's not necessarily bullish, right? Yeah. Better entry on Baba incoming. Mm, hmm. It's pretty hard in the pre-market. You can play like the second leg of the move since it dropped so hard. But maybe wait for this bounce to play out. Don't forget Baba does have index exposure, so maybe wait for it to retest like 94 or 93. If it just fails again, then it's like a pretty easy at the money entry, right? Or you could even go in the money. I forgot to set this order up too. Fuck. I guess it wouldn't have mattered. I would have probably just gotten stopped out right away anyway. I don't think anything here looks bullish at all though. So a continuation on a bounce is really unlikely. Like Baba was already getting set up for like a rug pull, and then the GDP news came in on top of it. Wow, 5K account also means 5 brain cells left. Interesting. Shorty, short. Are you talking shit, Core? I'll have you know that me and Dork spent hours incorrectly researching this strategy. Drake, I got the Turing Gang rejection letter through overnight UPS yesterday, but my Polaroid wasn't returned. I didn't realize hangnails were limited to 3 per foot. Do you still have the pick? I really hope not. Are my Upstart 50s safe? Upstart Gamma Max is at like at the money. It dropped going into this morning. All right, BMG. SPX positioning update, please. Calls building back up. Still very split. There's no. It's the only thing that's different. Like the volume's pretty evenly divided. Like half the participants kind of wanted at 44.90, the other half wanted at 45.20. Um, it's that's kind of tough. I would say that it put volume is slightly higher in the mid range there. So like 45.10 and 45.05. But I don't know if that means they're selling those strikes, which would be super fucking greedy, but we've seen them do worse. Um, or if they're just gaining momentum on the back of their longer dated positioning, which is possible. A lot of the bullish positions are open for this Friday, so a little more delta on those too. IVV on Baba still looking too expensive. What do you think? Really? IV on Baba is super fucking low. Unless it spiked really hard this morning, which it didn't. I mean, like, at the money IV here is like 40%. I don't see how that's too high. I don't know. ES is really enjoying its double bottom breakout right now. I mean, I still think things are gonna move up just because they'll lose so much money if they don't get those calls in the money. You think there's a good chance we hit 45.50 before midweek and then SLD starts? I don't think I'm not sure if we're gonna get SLD. I think they're gonna push in the early part of the week to get their 44.50s in the money if they can. Um, if they fail to get it to 44.50, we'll probably see the last of that out of the money long side positioning pull back. I don't know what's going to happen for SLD. We haven't had SLD in 2 months. Not significant, right? Not since April. And even April was iffy. So really before the bank shit, um, I have no faith that SLD is going to bring the price down yet. I think if it does, though, it signals a shift in positioning and where they're going to be deploying their margin. So kind of like if we get an SLD, we're probably going to get a continued downtrend for some time. But actually getting an SLD is still kind of uncertain. It was mostly masturbating with the occasional grunt or oh fuck yeah. Yeah, this is true. Yeah. It was a long call. Got a lot of stamina, dork. Any thoughts on our baby Hal with upcoming earnings? Thank you. I hope the weekend was killer. How's it hanging on with oil prices dipping a little bit? Oh god, every time with fucking Hindustan area not. Uh well, looks like it found some support this morning after Friday's drop. 38.37 is still resistance. We got earnings coming up Wednesday morning. I have no reason to expect them to like miss or anything, if that's what you're asking. So still looks good. I mean, this is a very nice accumulation period. We're starting to move higher. I don't see any issues here. I guess you could hedge the downside if you're afraid of carrying your shares into earnings, but their earnings aren't particularly volatile. 45.50. Let's say SPX pushes to 45.50 and they get their calls in the money, close them, then it will likely reject back to 4,500 or less. Well, what if they get their 45.50 calls in the money and then buy 45.75 and 4,600? What do you think about T here? It's very cheap. It could get a bit cheaper still. It doesn't look like the sell-off has lost any steam yet. I might be a little patient. I'll be at Hal's HQ this week. What's insider info should I ask for? I'm alright. How bullish is breaking 45.15 on the first test? I don't think 45.15 really matters that much. 45.20 and 45.25 are really important levels, but 45.15 is kind of just in that middle range. I bought T before the drop. It's keeping me humble for sure. I mean, you can capture some of the drop by selling covered calls. If you get assigned, you can always just buy back in again. It can offset some of your loss while it's selling off like this. Okay, so I sold to 45.10 for 570. And then I bought this for fucking how much? 376. I bought two of those for 376. Ah, you bitch. $766. Okay. Okay. Interesting. And then I sold a call at 45.05 for 966. Then I bought two 45.15s for 450. Okay. Hmm. Wait, was that fucking net credit on this shit? That's impressive. Dork. I'm still net credit on this. Yeah, like $80. Time to lever into the legs harder. But which leg? I mean, you're right. Theoretically, I guess I could buy one more of each. Hmm. Something's wrong. Okay, let me double check it. Let's see. 4,500 puts are 380. Sold put is 766. Sold call is 966. Bought calls are like 450. No, it's net credit. Is this just to confuse the market maker? No. I would never think that the market maker was specifically gunning for my account when I, closed at max pain the last 2 fucking days in a row. Your thoughts about Tesla put leaps? I'm continuing to add each week as it rises. I'm just stopping with RSI touches mid of neutral again. They have earnings coming up. Be careful or hedge, right? Their earnings is going to be decisive one way or another, I think. Daily reminder, do not buy weekly puts if you're playing SLD. Yeah. Yeah. Friday puts are very bad for SLD, especially given that it fucking ends on Monday. As does the NASDAQ rebalance. Super Stockers are wild. I just spent all morning arguing with one saying that the Jan squeeze was all people buying shares and options, had nothing to do with it. I mean, if they're still in Super Stonk, it's like kind of like going to a playground and beating up toddlers. I mean, what are you doing? Any thoughts on wheat after Russia pulled out of the Ukraine wheat export deal? Could go up. Although, like, reserves are pretty good, and yields don't seem to be that bad this year. Zero DT puts for SLD are much better. Oh, Jesus. Ooh, Upstart just did a thing. Oh, it's way above Gamma Max. Hmm. Okay. Whatever. Sorry if this is a dumb question, but is a Vega play essentially long vol? Yeah. Chance that GME ever dilute their shares or not at these prices. I mean, if they're going to attempt any kind of growth or expansion, they're going to need more than $1 billion. I mean, they could dilute at these prices. It's just really shitty, right? They'd have to dilute a lot. Someone made a post about options, so I was trying to save some souls. Fair enough. Good morning, ending. Is SPX 0 DT 4000P a Vega play? No, it's not, Popcorn Trader. Why did I sell my Upstart Leaps at 24? I wasn't greedy enough because you didn't know that bots was gonna light on fire and drive all of its components through the roof. Let's bring on the happy times where NVIDIA puts print, VIX calls print, Jimmy trades with a volume of 10 million plus. That'd be cool. I'd like to sell some fucking cover calls on GME that aren't $2 out of the money. When GME sub 22, it's got a lot of resistance at 22. I don't know. Maybe middle of this week, middle into the end of this week. Upstart GM 46.28, 10% over GM 50.91, 15% over GM 53.22. That sounds about right. Let me check one other thing though. Hmm. Yeah, that's about right, but I guess gamma neutral's coming up. Gamma neutral's at 37.50 now. The call interest fell off so hard on Friday. This has got to just be like weeklies coming in. When do you expect downside for AI stocks? They are having a stabilizing effect on what should already be probably a recessionary period. I think ultimately, regardless of how you look at the future potential of AI, right now AI is like a net capital drain, right? Even businesses that are pursuing it are spending money to pursue it. So the upfront cost is going to come in long before any realization of actual profitability. So I think they're no matter what, we're going to see some contraction in forecasted values across all the companies that are, at least building out AI infrastructure. And that'll be long before they see any kind of productivity boost. There may be a play on the back end of all of that if they actually achieve any success with using AI to improve productivity immensely. That could be really good for companies that have kind of thin margins where their labor spend is extremely high. Companies that have historically underperformed due to that may start to see significant multiple changes, but That's years down the road, I think. Do you think we have a chance at testing 4,500 today or just up? I think they'll try to keep us as far away from 4,500 as they can because it's kind of a big liquidity suck, and it would fucking destroy all the positioning they built up. There's quite a bit of puts at 4,500 and like 4,495. So the farther they can keep us from that, the better. If we start to slip, we could slip pretty quickly, especially from this range. Once we get up to like 45.25, 45.30, then they have a little bit of padding, but not right now. Fubo gonna pump to 350? Did it regain $3? $3 is important. Oh, it did. That's a good sign. Look for a confirmation around 308. Is America gonna take out a multi-trillion-dollar loan from Upstart to pay its debt? I doubt it. How do you feel about Upstart earnings coming up in early August? Do you think it could pop hard if they beat? They'd have to beat by quite a bit just to match the current valuation. Give me 1 second. I mean, Upstart's last earnings were like, "Hey guys, we're surviving, right? Like we're managing this, volatile credit market, and we're originating some loans and we're doing okay." Their earnings was not telling a story of a company performing as well as it was in like 2021, right? And yet their valuation at this point is now uh way out of line with like fair expectations over the next year, especially with more rate increases out of the Fed and an unknown number of them. Do you have a PT for Hal or just up with commodities over the summer? I'm kind of just holding Hal for like 3 to 5 years, probably. I don't really have any interest in selling it. If it runs super hard, I might, but I think reshoring of industry and expansion of U.S. drilling is going to be pretty significant for them over like the next 5 years. The U.S.'s like expansion in Permian oil basin extraction is ramping up, and they're like one of the prime beneficiaries of that. Hey, long time. Are you still bullish on GME? I mean, I still own inordinate amount of it. I'd like Cohen to do something with our money. Still paper trading futures. MES is 1/10 of ES, right? Okay. Anything else that's different about it? No. It's just like a smaller contract. Do you mind if I DM you that Condor strategy later? I've been paper trading to get your feedback. Sure. It'd be nice to get some criticism on it to make sure I'm not missing any unaccounted for risk. I mean, condors have a lot of like barrier risk, but I can look at it for you. Upstart AI would not give U.S. advantageous rates. You can hear the greed based on people's questions in here. How do you not facepalm more often? I will say that people's questions and comments tell me a lot about their positioning. Have you ever looked at KHC? Yeah, we talked about this like 4 months ago. They're just strictly worse than treasuries. If you can get a 2-year at 5%, why the fuck would you ever buy KHC? Sub 30? You're not gonna get that in a pullback. It'll go up in a pullback. Have you looked at like the historic price action on it? It doesn't really drop with crashes. COVID maybe, but that was it. I don't even think it did that bad during the COVID crash. When are you gonna get it sub 30? So you're targeting like 6% on cost basis, I assume. They're trading at like an 18x multiple, so you're kind of talking about their multiple dropping down to like 10, 12, and then buying in there. But 10 or 12 is kind of like the sector average. I saw a guy at a West Edmonton mall with a VWAP hat on. Dear Lord, what have I done? Edmonton? The Middle West of Canada? Thoughts on Fubo here? Well, it might go up. Stabilized? I mean, under 3 bearish, above 3 maybe bullish, but it really needs to push through quite a lot of range to get to the next strike. If it gets a big surge in upside pricing from everyone closing $3 cover calls they just opened, that might drive it higher. What catalyst could the markets down get the markets down to reality? Bad CPI print for July. Um, yeah, higher CPI for July. I mean, CPI is still in the same position, right? It can't exceed 0.4 month over month. Otherwise, the year over year goes up. No, I'm not in Canada. Canada is just America's hat. I just finished reading Pickles Picks. Nice claw range. Do any large participants actually care about Mag 7 PE ratios? Probably not. Or is zero DTEs and liquidity all that matters? They're pretty important. Um, Huge mall though, massive. Why does I mean, there's nothing else there, so I guess gigantic malls. Do you guys see where UK now likes fried chicken over fish and chips? No. That can't be that can't be accurate. I can't wait for the exact same crying from Upstart as we saw with Bobby. Do people here engage their brain at all? No, not always. Upstart $50 and more rate hikes. What else needs to be said? But it's so fucking illiquid, right? It's a great like volatility trap for short vol players because they can get infinite pumps, right? And then they just short the fuck out of the volatility on them. That's what I've been doing. It's fun. Thanks, weekly Upstart call buyers. Last week I sold 50-55 bear spreads. Those were nice. Like right when Ivy was edging like 140. Imagine knowing about Upstart since 12. I made a shitload of money on Upstart. I really don't care what happens to it at this point. I just bought one Powerball ticket. Goodbye, regular driveway. Hello, spinny driveway. Ooh, you're done backing your car up now? Fish and chips was surpassed by a cheeky Nando's decades ago. Hmm. That works for your skill level, but everyone here is gonna chase. I know what people do. I'm quick $823. Thanks, Gurk. Weekly Upstart call buyers. Sold my Upstart at 19. Bought lots of Nvidia puts like a genius. I sold half of my Upstart shares after earnings during like after the after hours pump. But those had a terrible fucking cost basis. The rest of them are locked up in covered calls, most of which I lose this Friday. But I sold those covered calls at like 35 to 38, which is 3x. So I don't really care. 45.25 0 DTE. Wait, what? Somebody just bought 600 45.25 0 DTE. Oh, okay. That's a chunk. They're pretty cheap though, right? That's not like a big position. There was a dude that bought 50 Powerball got tickets at a gas station I was at. He spent $150 and apparently included the power play option. Crazy. I don't even know what that means. That's a lot of money to spend on hope. What's more important to JPAB? Price of the dollar or getting us to 2% inflation by 2025? Same thing. You're discussing them like they're different, but they're not. If the dollar goes down, oil goes up, yields drop, right? Which is all inflationary. So it doesn't it's the same effect, right? This is all just an attempt to float the market into an alien invasion, then let it crash and impact our defense against having our brains sucked out for the sustenance of the hive queen. Okay. I mean, I like it. I saw that interview with that guy who was like, I saw aliens in my airplane. They're everywhere. We've got them. We've got their technologies. And the whole time I was thinking, when did they start letting high school graduates fly jet airplanes? See you in 3 hours when SCX is at 45.12. Don't say those things to me. It's very rude. T is now below book value. I know. $150 on Powerball, same like 40 0 DTE 4325p. You know what? The 4325s have a higher chance of going in the money than the Powerball tickets do of winning. Squamps has hacked Fluffios's account. It's time to purge the mods and initiate Operation 1 Second Guy. You're gonna have to fill me in because I don't remember that being one of our protocols. People playing Zero DT making comments about $150 Powerball tickets. The irony is rich. The odds are better. Didn't George W. Bush fly jet airplanes? Let's not talk about George W. Bush. But they're also college graduates. Aren't Air Force pilots officers? Reminds me of the plane video with the lady pointing out someone she thought wasn't real and the whole plane turned around to look. That was funny. Then I'll just buy defense stock, make a killing, then buy new alien stock. That would be cool. What if we're not allowed to trade the alien markets? That'd be really sad. Is there an alien takeover or alien defense ETF? I'll buy it. No, but we could start one. I think a lot of people would buy it, actually. That seems like a product that you could charge a very high management fee on, too. And what, you just buy like some AI and LMT? Lots of pilots say they see weird stuff. Maybe it's just the lack of oxygen. Imagine yes, no on cosmic events. You're just waiting 4 billion years for your fucking supernova bets to print. Full port Blar Sporkin 200 Comet Mining Company. Yeah. Alien tech equals LMT. That's what we got. Or abundance of pure oxygen in the mask. Yeah, but I guess it swings both ways. Bots and IWM both close to bumping against the Feb 2022 resistance. Which is more important, beta for Upstart? The primary index. It drives the active fund volume. Bro, a Beetlejuice supernova, yes, no, would be dope. You're not going to be alive for the outcome of your, like, you know how much the theta's going to cost? It could have already blown up and we wouldn't even know. How good is the futures contracts if you buy them as a hedge? Seems like without theta, it may be easier to hold a hedge against longer term position. Yeah, it is. You're correct. Did you see Israel using AI to select targets to bomb? It's better than their prior strategy of rolling dice or, using the little bubble from the trouble game. When meta puts? Not yet. Imagine selling 1,000 years worth of theta. That'd be pretty cool, actually. I'm currently flying too close to the sun with some homemade wings and can see what it looks like. My father looking at me disapprovingly. What does he know? Fuck him. ATT not in pickles picks. Yes, it has been. Just search it. Thoughts on leaps? Ew. Why would you buy leaps when you can collect that fucking sweet dividend? And so instead of having theta decay, you just buy the underlying and get like fucking 8% yield on cost basis. I also see things when I go anoxic without my CPAP to sleep. Hmm. A pox? Hmm. Okay. Is that right? It's apoxia. Not a nox. I'm really gonna get hung up on this. Okay. I'll, I'm not gonna argue it. Hypoxia. Yeah. Hypoxic. I see it enraged you too, Dork. Wait, there's more. What if the aliens were mad that we're on track to fuck up the planet and they gave an ultimatum, so we demonstrated willingness to improve by keeping everyone inside for 2020 2021? Oh boy. Apoxia on both your houses. How dare you? You challenge my honor on today, the day of my daughter's wedding? Low oxygen to peripheral tissues, hypoxia. Unoxygia. Morty Gherkin, I think it may have gotten impatient and entered my call position in a suboptimal spot. Yeah, you did. Spy 728 450C, currently down 0.52%. Is everything going to be okay? I, I think so. Hephaestus? So trying to trip me up with fucking Greek mythological words, Brett. All right, I'll mute you. Daedalus? I've read Bullfinches, you prick. I don't have enough tinfoil in my house for this conversation. Don't worry, no one does. Tinfoil's expensive as shit still. Fucking Russians. Anoxia is severe hypoxia. Interesting. Okay. All right. I retract my criticism. Well, I was more confused than critical, but I was also being critical in my confusion. I think we're gonna go up more. Things look bullish. No reason to stop now. Hmm. Positioning. 1 second. Anoxia, also known as dead really quickly. So, what you're saying is that it's more likely that he was hypoxic, but anoxia is a word. Is that where we've landed? Can we just get over that, move past it? Okay. Out of the money call positioning is picking up at 45.25, 45.30, a little bit at 45.40. So we're getting a little ramp building up here to the upside. Downside's weak but protected. Is this still have both sides of the overnight straddle? Did you see a opportunity to sell them? Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, I do. Um, what do you think of Google at the current price? It's expensive. Do you see an AI pump coming anytime soon? A lot of news saying they aren't currently an AI play. Make me contrarian. I mean, nobody's currently an AI play, technically. I don't think. I think Nvidia is the only company that's actually made any money on AI, and that's questionable. Google's currently trading like right at Gamma Max. Let me type YouTube. Oh, you figured out how to break the shadow ban. Oh, I should try that. Bam. Problem solved. How long does a stock typically stay above Gamma Max? Upstart went above Gamma Max on Friday, but then fell back below it. So not generally very long. But it hasn't been above Gamma Max for 3 to 4 days. It's moved above and then pulled back below. It blocked like 8 messages of mine in a row. You mentioned. I want to get into some Upstart options. What are your price targets on it? And when do you think it'll close the 71.21 gap? I don't know. Maybe like 2024? And like 30, 25 to 30. Persephone? I miss Revlon. Me too. It was so exciting. I want to get into Upstart 40 after its run. When should I? Aliens hurt us and weren't happy. This stock's up 400%. I want to buy some. 45.15, less significant, but we keep rejecting off of it. Yeah, we do. We don't have a lot of volume right now either. But positioning's not really building up at 45.15. Most of the interest is coming in at 45.25. Like 45.15 has a little bit of volume, but it also still has put volume. And there's a lot of puts at 45.10 and 45.05. I think ultimately here we're gonna get like some bullish price action, but it's probably gonna be a little later in the day. We might get like a move to the upside. Fuck, I don't know. Soon, but it's probably not gonna take us very high. Maybe like 45.20, and then we'll see if we stabilize there. If we do, we might get a bigger move to the upside later in the day. Oh, what the fuck did I just do? Okay, I don't need that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, ES looks like it's moving to retest 45.50 now. It's so fucking close. Although a failure here would actually be pretty bearish. It looks like it's still pretty far from failing though. What did you learn from the Rev play? Maybe next time I'm YOLOing into a bankrupt company, I'll keep half my profits. I don't miss Bobby. I miss Atomic's saga with Bobby. It's okay. He's in the middle of a whole new Iliad with with Fubo. There's some things that are true in the universe, Dork. Gravity, the speed of light. You know, constants. Atomic being long something. And usually way too long, that thing. No, that was the lesson from GME. Rev lesson was that Hellboy wasn't with us. But if we were paying attention, the lesson that billionaires don't care about us should have already been learned on Bobby and GME prior to Revlon, right? Atomic is my Fubo sage. I'm in the same boat with him. I learned to hedge potential delisting bankruptcy with puts. There you go. Hey Greg, just tuning in. What do you think about Fubo? Jesus Christ, you abbreviated so many things. This week. Made about 1,000% on my $3 calls last week, and may have picked up 100-ish 350 and $4 calls for this Friday. I hope the gravy train keeps going. I hope it does too, man. Did you sell GME? No, unfortunately not. Thanks for reminding me. Now, if HBM could continue to move up, patience. I thought the CFO of Bobby was choosing to take his own life before earnings. Choosing to take his own life before earnings was bullish. No, believe it or not bullish. I actually learned from Rev that shares can be taken away by the court. I honestly did not know that could happen. Really? The government could just take your shit, right? Any of your shit, your home, your money, even if you DRS. Eminent domain is so bullish. Your wife's boyfriend. Yeah. Yeah. Greg, I was looking at oil charts. Were you buying oil in 2020 when it crashed? You mean when it went negative? I bought some. How could you not? It was negative. Just a little, because it was obviously kind of a freaky situation. But I did buy some. Civil asset forfeiture. Yeah. What if I DRS my assets on the alien market? Can the government take them then? No. And that's why we need to get that going right away. Future is about to fail. Are they? I don't think so. T dividend at 8%. Why are they tanking? Um, some like sort of toxic lead investigation. All of them are getting hit. Lumen, Frontier, AT&T, Verizon. I didn't even know Frontier fucking existed when they were installing lead fucking wiring. T does have a lot of debt. But to be fair, they also own a shitload of infrastructure. Like their debt to asset ratio is not that bad. They have a ton of assets, right? Yeah, all telecom has a shitload of debt. all of like the estimate for remediation of all of the copper wiring across the country is like 60 billion or some shit. So split between all of the major telecoms, it's a fucking drop in the bucket. It's not nearly as big of a deal as they're making it out to be. Does the Second Amendment allow tanks? No. Well, no. Good luck. I don't know what's for lunch. I'm not really concerned with lunching right now. I bet this is a spring right before good earnings on tea. I don't know about tea having good earnings. Hold the fuck up. All right. That's way too bullish. Moderate, maybe. I'm just gonna buy some more tea today. This is fucking kind of ridiculous. 1384 right now? Can it... How much lower can it go? It's fucking... It's already the same price it was in Feb of 1994. It's the same price as its low in Feb of 1994. I've already picked up like 3/4 of dividends on it. And I sold covered calls the last time it went above 18 at like $15. I'm gonna pull those back. Next weekly, 1350p, paying 28 cents. Yeah, but how much is the 14 paying? If only home prices went back to 1994 levels. Well, take what you can get, right? Are you still building your HBM position? No, I have everything I think I want there. What's your current average? Give me a second. I could probably tell you. Uh, $4.42. I have 6,000 shares. No, not T-Doc. AT&T. Talking about AT&T. Did you listen to the last earnings call on T? Yeah, they're fucking idiots. But that's not the point. Can the time close his Fubo CCs so we can cross 308? AT&T has commercials with LeBron and that one actress. Literally can't go tits up. LeBron died. Wait, no, he didn't. That was it. Did LeBron? I thought LeBron died or retired. Did he retire or die? I know Kobe died. I thought LeBron died too. Just Kobe? Did LeBron retire? I don't know anything about basketball. He's dead to me. His hairline did. That's not nice. Everybody gets older. LeBron didn't retire? Okay. Well, anyway. He died to the world when he left Cleveland. What's so great about Cleveland? It's in the Rust Belt. What's your opinion on T? 30-second version. They spent way too much money on infrastructure, which racked up a shitload of debt, and then they sort of just threw away $30 billion for fun. But all that's over now, and they have some new leadership that's trying to turn shit around. They've signed a deal for broadband expansion with being funded by BlackRock. I think they're in a good spot to keep growing their cash flows, and they have a monopoly in several regions of the country. So yeah, I think they've still got a decent moat. It's eroding, but it's still very good. I'm hoping at some point they pull back their dividend, then I'll buy more, and they pay off some of their debt. If they're able to do that, you know, they're a very stable, profitable company. The Rust Belt, more shade to throw at the Midwest. I don't need extra shade to throw at the Midwest, Gen. There's no T squeeze, Dork, and you know that. LeBron's with the Lakers now. If you made multi-millions from bouncing an orange ball and running back and forth, you would also leave Cleveland. This is true. Can NVIDIA repeat past Friday's price action for this Friday? We'll see. I don't know if it will or not. I mean, I'll let everyone know. Isn't it also the main telecom provider for government, police, PORs, etc.? I mean, one of them, yeah. The 5G infrastructure was very expensive, but they do own it. They have like $500 billion in assets, and they're trading at $13 a share. All they need is AI to handle customer service. Boom. We're not buying tea leaps. There's no squeeze. What's your opinion on Verizon? It's more fairly valued and better managed. But there's no discount there. I mean, well, there is a little bit right now, but not much. They're being priced as if it's bankrupt. I know. I'm watching bonds and landline phone companies. Am I a boomer? Money's money. Boomers did some things right. Some of them bought Apple at $2. You guys know that Apple was once delisted and a penny stock trading on the OTC? God, I wish my parents had listened to me. What's your opinion on Taint, Sweaty? I've been an AT&T customer my whole life. The customer service has been traditionally really bad, has been getting noticeably better lately. Supposedly, it's something they're focusing on. Who's your cell service provider? I don't know. Verizon, I think? Or I think it's Verizon. Could AMC be the next Apple? No. Turns out you can buy anything under a 20-year rally and you'll do really well. It's true. Yeah. But if you buy the right thing, you'll do better than other people, which is what capitalism's all about. Essentially never goes, or if it does, the first to be back up and running. First one is EMS LE and hospital service. I don't have it, but know many who do. Really reliable. Is that like owned by AT&T or something? Napster and LimeWire saved Apple. Pirate MP3s demand their spotlight. No, Microsoft saved Apple. In a move of peak irony. Goddamn antitrust laws. Capitalism is all about doing the right thing. Why did you end that sentence in a question mark? Oh, what was it in I can't remember the date. I just tried to find it, but I can't find it. It was 1997 or 98. Microsoft invested like 150 million or something into Apple when it was dying, and it canceled out like all the outstanding litigation that they had between each other and made MS Office available on Macintosh. which bailed Apple out basically. Bill Gates was trying to fucking dodge the antitrust cases, and Apple was the only competition, so he gave them a bunch of money. They did that Apple event, and surprise had Bill Gates on it, and he got booed. Yeah. With T this low, Cialis calls to hedge T leaps or just for Carl. Carl's shorting T. So seems like we're stuck in this boring grind up for another few hours. I don't think that's unreasonable. It's just gonna be very choppy, I think, through the midday here. He's not shorting T, he's just underweight T. Oh, my mistake. Apple going from broke to bussin' is a Cinderella story. Fine story about capitalists just doing the right thing. You know, part of that deal was the Internet Explorer was supposed to be the default browser on Apple computers. And in a move of peak irony, Internet Explorer isn't even the default browser on Windows computers. It's the first thing I uninstall after installing Windows. Where do you see Fubo going in Fubo going in the next month? Are there any events? There's earnings at the beginning of August. Did Microsoft bail out Apple by just giving them cash or a loan or buying equity in Apple? They bought equity in Apple. I think they also settled some things out of court as well for additional cash, but they bought $150 million worth of equity, I think it was. I'm not sure. You'd have to find the information on it, but I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was like 150 million. But you do install Windows. They have us there. That's true, but I've been using the same copy of Windows Pro for like 10 years. When Windows moved from like 8 to 10, I called customer service and complained about. I think I switched my motherboard or something, and I couldn't download the old version, and like it wouldn't recognize it as a registered copy because I had a different MOBO. Um, and so I called Windows customer service. I'm like, what the fuck do I do about this? And they gave me like a Windows 10 Pro key, and I've just been using that ever since. It's got like it's got like 30 copies of Windows on it. It's gone through like 10 different desktops now. Can you paste it in the chat? Fuck you. The Zune was a superior piece of technology. The marketing was just abhorrent. Fight me. I don't think anyone's going to. You're probably the only person in chat who ever owned a Zune. At some point, MS made a decision that letting cracked Windows get updates was better than not in terms of overall Windows security. I don't think Microsoft really cares all that much about retail customers. They get so much money for licensing from corporations. Like every time I get in a conversation about with someone about them like upgrading their computer, they're like, "Well, I don't want to buy Windows, so how do I download it illegally?" I wanted to buy a Zune, but I was poor and bought an old Discman instead. Was it one of the yellow ones with the like what was it, G-Shock technology? Remember those? I could throw the Zune at you and the fight would be over. It was indestructible. Sony Walkman was the real. Discounts come in handy when the power goes out for late payments. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Although Popcorn Traders told me that if my electricity is going out, I can just DM him. It's nice to have that kind of security. I see why his wife stays with him. Feute's pushing, starting to. It's all looking a bit more bullish, Dork. Just a bit. How's your gaping spread doing? It's down. Well, actually, is it? Yeah, it's down like 300 right now. But I think this is the break-even point, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Uh, it's 11 o'clock. Yeah, I should start to hit profitability here in a second. I could buy a 45-20 call, but then I'll be net debit. I feel like if I buy another call, then I should sell a put and collapse the put side. I could sell 145.95, 44.95, or I could sell a 45.05. Ew. It doesn't really change much. It still leaves me at net credit, but I feel like you should wait until green. Well, then I'm gonna sell calls, right? But yeah, I agree. You're probably not wrong. I mean, I'm profitable on that spread anyway, right? Um, I sold the 45.10 for 766, and then uh, actually, yeah, but end of day I won't be, because the legs are 384. Yeah, I'll lose 2 cents on it. So I guess I don't really need to do much with it. Don't over-engineer this thing into the dirt, please. How dare you? Have you been stopped out of the put side of your straddle from Thursday, Friday? No? I just have puts at 4,500. How dare I what? Be the voice of reason? Imply that this position could ever be over-engineered more. Would you sell CCs on T, VZ, or wait for earnings? I already had covered calls out on T. Now? I don't know. They've both dropped pretty substantially. Are they pushing to 4450 on ES or SPX? ES. And they've already tested 4450 on ES. Next upside targets or 4550. Next upside targets 45 5575. Although I should probably extend that. Okay, right there. Yeah. If it keeps moving up 55 60. 60 would be roughly a retest of the prior high. Don't listen to them. Fix it till it's broken. Right? Is this your second or third prestige in the market? Does all your other money disappear, or do they let you keep most of it? They usually let you keep all of it. If you don't lose it in the market. Are they trying to push to 45.50? Selling CCs at 30-year lows is a great idea. I know. Drop the option strat link so we know what we're rooting for. No, it's way too embarrassing. I refuse to do that. My SPX 4525 0 DT picked up Gamma. Hold me. I think you'll be okay. Let me see how volume's looking. One sec. Hmm. You know what I should do here, though, Dorg? If nothing else, I should buy the 4525 call, right? I mean, well, I mean, I'm pretty bullish. I'm really bullish if we stagnate at 45.20 for like another hour. I guess I'll wait, but I'm gonna miss the opportunity to get it super cheap. And I'm still net credit. Okay, now I'm net debit. Gamma max for SPX 45.75. Gamma max for SPX is at 45.70. Gamma for 45.25 is picking up. Some volume starting to pick up at 45.30 and 35. 40 is still a little slow. I wonder if 30 is like sold. Hmm. Check DMs. Let's on selling CSPs on T at 13. I liked it at 14, even more at 13. Um, maybe wait till it gets a little bit closer. So the yields are better, but I don't see what's wrong with that. Is there a 1350? $13.50 is starting to look moderately attractive. Only on the short term, though. Oh, actually, is this gonna bounce? Hmm. Oh, okay, that's just 13. Yeah, 1350 is open all the way out to August 11th. Although really diminishing returns after July 28th. Or I already made the trade 11 days out. Oh, okay. I'd almost consider August 14. Although I, it's not as quite as good of a buy-in price as 1350, but the chance of assignment is higher. It's like a 4.6% yield. I sold August in the money CSPs on T. Earnings are next week. Yeah, that's kind of the risky part. Did you hit the early spike on Google? I got some of my CC sold this morning, yeah. Or my sorry, spreads. That's why the CSPs pay better short term. They're not a lot better short term. It's roughly the same though. So yeah, the short term yield is fairly equivalent, but T earnings aren't like highly anticipated or anything. IV is still pretty low. It's at like 33%. 33, 30, yeah, like 30, 34 roughly versus like 36. So it's not that big of a difference, but a little bit. I'm still riding both sides of my straddle. Where do you think we top out today? Right now, the majority of interest is at 45.25, but interest out of the money beyond that is starting to increase. I missed the spike, but I was planning to wait for this market pump for an entry. But Google doesn't care. It was a good pick. Thanks. Any idea when we turn around here or look bullish into the afternoon? It looks pretty bullish. I'm sitting on an unfortunate bag of SQQQ shares. Any advice going into OPEX SLD? Seems like QQQ is almost tapped out. Way too close. Was too close to GM. I'd probably look for signs of SLD, and if I didn't see any by Wednesday, I'd sell weekly CCs, and then next week see what happens after the OPEX expiration. And if that gives you another opportunity, you could either use that to sell more covered calls or use it to just sell the shares and get out from underneath them. VIX up, market up. VIX is pretty fucking flat today. Even the drop off's been really slow. Although it did spike hard overnight. There's a lot of sold calls up here. Everybody was selling fucking calls like crazy on Friday. So some of them might get squeezed out. Or at least I think that's what the pumpers are banking on. Especially since they didn't squeeze them out the first time. And they tried really hard on Friday. Say retracement instead of I just lost all my gains to make you sound smarter. Thank you so much, Nesquick. I appreciate that. Excellent information. Ooh, Rivian going poo poo. Finally? Do I have that over here? Rivian's been doing pretty well lately. Oh, yeah. They're having a rough day. Confirmation at 2280. This is probably still is pretty good for bear spreads. Out of the money IV is still a little bit elevated. Let's hold on, let me look at where GM and shit is on this. Gamma Max is at 2806. Fucking calls are falling off hard. Dealer Gamma is still positive, but it's dropping. Same with Delta. I don't know if Ivy's crushed enough. It's crushed a bit, but I don't know if it's crushed enough to buy puts. I suppose you could. A little riskier than spreads. What a strange day on SPX. I don't know if this is just like sold call pressure. That looks really bullish. No, I don't think Rivian's gonna drag Amazon. Next week is NASDAQ rebalance plus FOMC. Can we get some ouchie downs? We have a lot of long interest falling off the chain on Friday. Friday is a pretty big expiration. Charm's gonna ramp up a lot this week. So maybe, yeah. We got the OPEX expiration, we got the NASDAQ rebalance finalizing. And FOMC. So it could be. I just hope JPOW grows some fucking balls and does 0.5. After 29 years, has T finally found a floor? Charmander making an appearance by the end of the week? It's very possible. If we don't start moving down on SLD. If we start moving down on SLD, that's gonna rug pull all of that long interest. So we'll see what happens come Wednesday. This is looking spicier. Spicy ups, 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 ups. Everything's pointing up right now. The interest, the OI, the volume, the trend. Stop asking me about your 4,500 puts you bought this morning. What milligram nicotine do you vape? Oh, it's really low. It's 12. Oh no, it's 8 now. It's 8. But salts, not freebase. That is really low. Child strength? I'm on 3 milligrams, but you're on 3 milligrams freebase, which is a lot more. For salts, 8 milligrams is like nothing. They got me, Gork? They stopped you out? VIX up, QQQ up. Sometimes I wish I could understand this market. Normally, VIX up, QQQ down. VIX is a measure of variance on volatility. VIX is a measure of variance on SPX. Not has nothing to do with QQQ. Maximum legal limit in EU is 20 milligrams. Okay. Yeah, but joules here are 50. And I'm below half the legal limit for EU, so still low. We do it basalt? No. I'm down to eat someone's face in Miami. Is that what they're calling it nowadays? I just got back from a long meeting about absolutely nothing. Refer to Pickle's picture today. Or any new developments? No developments, but the Google entry may not be as good now. I think everything else is still okay. Baba's probably a little late if you missed this morning. It's not too late because it has single dollar strikes, but it is testing the next resistance on the way down. So you might not, you might want to be patient. Nvidia's looking weak today. I mean, it should be, given all the fucking calls that were sold on it last Friday. So 3 to 6 is considered low in EU. 8 to 12 is decent strength. There's no way they're selling 3 to 6 milligram joules in EU. I know about the guy who ate the guy's face in Miami, Fluffy. Snus causes cancer. There's actually no definitive link between vaping and cancer. Heart conditions, maybe, because of nicotine, but I really like the Google Play. I wish I had the right level options to play it, but I'm getting that taken care of. I've been paper trading bear call spreads. They seem fantastic for this market. Yeah, Google was really nice. It was like 41% return on collateral. I think I got a little better than this morning. I have to do the math later, but yeah, really, really nice return. Good call skew. Very advantageous. And it looks like a lot of other people took the trade too, which kind of reinforces it. Like market participants were just heavily incentivized to take that trade, right? Lung damage? No, that's fucking old. That was like back when they had a settle in vape juice. They don't have that anymore. Vapes haven't been around long enough to see the long term effects. It's true. Although, since I switched to vaping from smoking, my like my doctor said my lung health is like improved to the point where he can't tell the difference between like a non-smoker and my lungs. So that's pretty good. Definitely better than fucking smoking cigarettes. Vitamin E acetate, that was like marijuana vapes though. That had fucking nothing to do with vaping, right? Like that whole big scare was kids smoking pot and lying to their parents. Yeah. They were mixing vitamin E acetate in with the oil and marijuana vapes. And that really fucks you up. But like the only thing in my vape liquid is nicotine salt, propylene glycol, and vegetable glycerin. There's nothing else. Were you a Marlboro man? No, God, gross. What made Google so good for bear spreads? Skew mostly. I mean, part of it, my analysis of the entry, but also just market participants were encouraged to sell calls because they were overpriced. And the positioning was turning bearish anyway. It come very close to gamma max.
The call chain had started to break down into last Friday. Call skew was really positive, so you could sell calls for a lot more than you could, a lot more than you could sell puts for. So it's just kind of advantageous all the way around. How many cigarettes did you smoke a day back then? I don't know, like 2 packs, pack and a half. I mean, and more importantly, I can like run now. I'm fat as fuck and I can run like 2 miles. It takes me a minute. Well, more specifically, like 25 minutes. But when I smoked, I couldn't run. I'd be fucking coughing my brains out after like half a mile. No, I smoked the American Spirit Organics, like a true hipster. Are they fighting super hard right here? I think positioning more for upside. So they're buying more out of the money calls. Uh, we could have a pullback, but it's too soon to tell. If we do, I think we just like pull back to like 45.15 again. Here's my problem: is some of the in the money calls from this morning have already sold off, which I'm not particularly fond of. Organics seem like good for you? No. Gorg, I'm 6'5", 270 pounds, and run a mile in 6. You're in way better shape than I am if you're 6'5" and 270. I'm like 260 and 6'3", so Parliament's here because I was snooty. My dad's eyes are bad now. The doctor told him it's from smoking in his younger years. Huh. I think it caused like glaucoma. I don't know. I have like 20/20 vision, so I haven't had any issues with that. That dude needs to go to the NFL. I'm starting to 55 or 45 this week. I don't know where the call positioning's coming in on it today. It'll depend where weeklies are. 55 is pretty unlikely. That's like 15% above Gamma Max. I might actually sell some spreads at 55. Macular degeneration? Yeah. I hope that guy's a lineman or was a lineman at some point in his life. Not everybody who's tall and fast wants to have their brains bashed. You're the same build as my friend Viking Dave? Only you would have a friend named Viking Dave. Hipsters probably make their own. Oh my god. I was at a bar the other night and there was a dude outside rolling his own fucking cigarettes. I was like, what are you in high school? Like, you know, they sell those at stores. He did have a knitted, like, messenger bag, though, so I shouldn't have known right away, but. He co-owns a Japanese French patisserie in Maui and was my first sushi teacher. Holy fuck. Viking Dave's an interesting fellow. Let me guess, American Spirit Blue Pouch? Worse, can of drum. If you're gonna go all that work, you might as well put weed in it, right? But he wasn't rolling a joint, it was a cigarette. Are you sure he was a hipster and not unhoused? It's like the same thing, right? Usually. Did he or did he not have a twirly mustache? He had a very thin goatee. Like, at no point, I don't know how old he was. He could have been 20 or 45. Um, but at no point in his life did he ever have enough testosterone to fully fill out his facial hair. What you're describing is Carl. No. Carl used to have a lot of tea. Then he started trading. Then he got married. He wasn't on chemo. But Tesla packaging up some ABS to scrounge up another billion. Do you see them trying to pad their cash reserves for the coming market dip? Um, I mean, maybe they might need to pad their cash reserves for upcoming decline in auto sales over the next year, but it would be smart of them to do that now. If you're smoking on chemo, you're an idiot. You're just trying to put as many toxins in your body as possible, right? When will your yes no question Discord pigeon whale channel open? I don't know. It is pretty degenerate. Maybe soon. Lots today on Nvidia. Apple upgrades while many big banks are suggesting the top is in. Well, the big banks that are suggesting the top is in have simply sold their bags already, right? Who's out now? B of A, Citi, and maybe JPM. Still got Wells and B of A though. They haven't. Or no, B of A is out, right? They announced Friday that everything's overvalued and this is crazy. Upgrades are from MS. Hmm. That's what I love. A month ago, they're upgrading everything to its current price. Now it's at its current price, and they're like, man, this fucking bag of shit is on fire. What are you guys doing? What's up, turd? Why are you linking me to your Twitter? I'm not subbing to your Twitter. Oh wait, maybe I already am. Okay. Available shares drastically up. Borrowing is at TN. What could be the reason here? It says it got more liquid. See an obvious increase in net assets, shares outstanding. It was standing to be this huge increase in call open interest. So I guess they're using the call side or including it in shares available. No news on State Street. Flow. I have a alternate proposition for you there, turd. People sold, man. Like a bunch of them. What do you think about Meta this week? Does the hype die off? Maybe. It's still risky. I don't like fucking with it at these levels. It started to die off a little already, but I might wait until it slips back below 300 before getting overly bearish. Also, it might just bounce off 300 when people close sold calls. So I mean, this you need to approach it with the same caution you approach Nvidia with, right? Because on the downside of those dips, the CC sellers that sold all through here are going to close their CCs, and naked call sellers, and that causes it to bounce again, at which point they sell more CCs. All of the big tech companies kind of have the same thing going on. Largest available in the history of the fund. I mean, shorts got blown up, right? Like kind of all over the place, and more recently on IWM. Either blown up or recalled. But I think a lot of people sold. I think people sold because it went up twice. I think people sold because RC's being a cunt on Twitter. TSMC earnings this week have a potential to bring down AMD and Nvidia. I mean, Nvidia's trading at 450, and TSMC said they shipped like 15% of the total chips they were shipping last year. So I don't think anyone gives a shit. Although that, you know, I think if TSMC is selling 85% fewer chips than it was last year, that really brings Nvidia's earnings statements into question, right? Like, how's Nvidia selling so many chips if TMC's selling less? Because TMC makes all their chips. Huh. It's almost like something's funky there, right? Spy 450p for Friday. It's 60 cents out of the money. How stupid am I if I buy it? I don't. I don't think it's stupid. You might get a better price on it. Thoughts on the Baba chart at the moment? Looks like it bounced on support, retesting 93. I mean, I don't think it's like reversing here. Still looks pretty bearish. I think my price target for the move is spot on. Might be another entry opportunity. If it bounces above open, really good entry opportunity. I think I'm going to stay overall pretty bearish on it. more so the options positioning than just the news out of China. I think we'll break out of this chop after 1 p.m. I don't know, maybe. I think it's important that we hold here during this chop till 1 p.m. Kind of looks like we're head and shouldering. I don't think so. Although I guess I also don't think a pullback below 45.50 here is unreasonable. I mean, this isn't a head and shoulders, but it still has some room to the downside. Like, I think there's a good chance ES retests 45.45. If it doesn't, that's actually pretty bullish. Like, if it continues, if it doesn't pull back before moving up and continues to hold 45.50, that's pretty bullish. And it got a little bit of a buy here, so maybe it does. We'll see. Upstart Gamma Max moving up today? No idea. Wouldn't know till tonight. When two graphics cards love each other very much, then they can have a baby graphics card. Is it brought to them by a stork? Is the stork Taiwanese? It's Charmadillo. No, it's not. If QQQ pulls back today, do you think NVIDIA would get significant downside? Isn't NVIDIA already down today? Not really. No, NVIDIA looks fucking boring. It also kind of looks like people are selling calls at 460. Are the pumpies done already? Just relaxing a bit. I wouldn't say they're done yet. Yeah, so this is that pullback under 45.50. I think reasonably I can pull back all the way to here. Like 45, 46. Maybe even just 45, 45. I don't think that's too crazy. And then we see if they start leveraging the upside even harder. Quite a lot of pumping today to not get anywhere. There's a lot of volume. Especially on the out of the money call contracts. Are you still in both sides of your straddle? Yeah. I'll probably get stopped out of the call side if this drops much further. But I'm still in both sides. Do you have a 1 to 2 year price target for HBM? Not really. I don't know how much copper is going to go up. I know reserves are pretty low. Copper's price could move up quite a lot, and HBM is kind of just leveraged exposure to that. They have a lot of exposure to copper spot price. There's some risk with it, but mostly just up, and then monitor copper supply, and when that starts to normalize or the speculative period of on copper ends, then I would probably sell out. Stork in a little leather jacket. Are you entering at 45.15 for what? Are you still this ruggedly handsome? I don't know. You tell me, Baradactyl. On copper, on silver, on gold, on Rudolph? Oh, Jesus. What should we look for between now and 2 p.m. to enter calls on SPX? If this starts to reverse back to the upside, we start to get another upside trend. I think that'll be enough to pressure sold calls. We'll see how many calls get bought on this dip. Yes, thank you. How's the manscaping going? Is there anything left? Ooh, spicier. Hmm. Manscaping like trimming a bonsai tree? Yeah, but a bonsai tree you trim at work. As an aside, little Gurk just advanced to the next level in her swim classes. I figured you'd be proud. That's really awesome. Good for her. Swimming's really fun. And it's good to know how to swim, so it sounds like you're doing the right things. Not only is Fubo's Costabaro now down 12% from the lowest it's been this year so far. Was there a follow who said not only? Oh, it's the lowest it's been this year so far. Well, they've been covering on it a bit. Wouldn't it be Gherkina? Nope, it's Gurk. Little Gurk. He named both of his daughters Gurk. Like, I don't know, about a year ago. Changed their names. State Street didn't do very well on earnings. No, they did not. That's correct. They've had mixed reception. Have you thought about upgrading their data plans? I hear AT&T's 5G network is robust. Gurk, are you averaging down on your T? No, not right now. I'm thinking about it though. I I might sell some CSPs. I wonder if they're just selling the fuck out of calls again here. Mm. Yes, it's still holding up pretty well. So Russell's still way ahead. Yes. Everything's up. Oil's down. Yeah, it's drawing back a little bit on that. Dixie's still under 100. Hmm. 30-year yields up today. Oh, what was the results for the notes? 5.25, 5.25. So 6 month down, 3 month flat. Hmm. I was on vacation for a few, and now I'm here, and you're spitting fire. I'm all for it. Thanks, man. Do you think the earnings will be okay for T? I mean, I don't think they're going to be significantly worse. It'll probably be more focused on guidance than anything and hitting their cash flow targets for the year. You think Hang Seng will grap itself tonight after the GDP typhoon? We'll see. I mean, generally when the CCP does this shit, they're like they say something bullish before the market opens the next day. So I'd expect them to come out with something about like quantitative easing tonight before Hang Seng opens. Hmm. If a company has a TSO of 740 million and only trades at 10 million, what would you equate that to? I have no idea what company. High insider ownership? Also, don't abbreviate shit. Maybe that's a Deviant's recent downgrade by analysts. If we even call them that. Oh, I don't care. Analysts have been pretty bearish on DVN for a little while now. VSCO at 19? Or is it pseudo luxury consumer discretionary still too risky? I would say it's pretty risky. It might see a good couple of quarters, but after that it could fall off. So you might end up like combating guidance. Call's getting cheap. Are they gonna try for 45.25 soon? Like I said, if futures can hold this level, they'll probably push up again. So far, we still haven't even come close to retesting 40, 45, 45 yet. So there's still more room to the downside before any move up. Let's see if it finds a floor here. Weak. That's kind of bottomed out now. That's less than to go down. That still looks pretty good. Okay. Yeah. This is more chop here for like an hour. Unrelated DM. Funny. I haven't been here much lately. Fuck, 22 months. What is the rundown with T? Thanks for everything, man. Compound those gains, y'all. I mean, very cheap right now. A lot of negative press surrounding the lead coated telecom wires used God knows when that are leaching lead into soil and water supplies. Total remediation for all companies across the U.S. is estimated to be at about 60 billion. Obviously, some of that is going to fall onto AT&T, but you're seeing losses across the entire telecom sector on share price due to the news. I mean, I think ultimately it'll take years for any kind of penalty or fine to actually be paid or any actual remediation done. Any lawsuits stemming from that will be pushed out decades longer. So it's really unlikely that the effect of it is felt at any point in the near term. But it's could be a good opportunity to pick up shares at a cheaper price. If it's something you're interested in owning. I'm still in it until the like more realization of their cash flows, and then I'll make a decision. Do you think that they're gonna be nice enough to print both sides of my straddle? Maybe. I got stopped out of mine. Rolled pause 20 minutes. For someone zero data, tracking options volume, the large psychological strikes on a spreadsheet be useful at all? Yeah, you could. So, for example, if we saw a 45.30 pump today without a drop in IV, yeah, without a drop or an increase in IV. So you track IV by strike and volume by strike, that could be useful. Do you see Jimmy going much lower in the short term? If it breaks down below delta neutral, it will. We seem to be bouncing off a trend that started back in March. There's still support at 22. Well, BlackRock's funding like a big broadband rollout for AT&T over the next few years. So, I mean, I think that's very bullish. Um, Obviously, a big investment in their infrastructure. Non-wireless telecom isn't going away. No, it's not. And also, they've also invested a shitload of money into building out their 5G infrastructure as well. I mean, right now, AT&T, even with its debt, right, is trading at a market capitalization of 97.477 billion, right? And they have 400 billion in assets and like almost 300 billion in debt and total liabilities, which puts their book value at about 1390. So it's trading below book, no multiple whatsoever. And quarter over quarter, they remain profitable. They have positive EPS. Their cash flows are reduced, but up in the last quarter. If they can return to their 2019 2020 cash flows of like 22 to 30 billion, let's say an average of about 25 billion a quarter, which is their goal for this year, is to hit those cash flow targets. If they do, I mean, the debt's not a problem, right? The debt and the dividend aren't a problem. Although I do think if they pulled back the dividend, they'd get the debt paid off a lot faster. How to track IV by strike? Do you have a quick example? Each strike has its own implied volatility. How to get it? That's up to you. Don't follow telcos too closely. Did he ever sort out their spectrum capacity issues? I'm not sure. Of having mostly long-range rural spectrum and less high-capacity urban. I know they invested pretty heavily in increasing their high-capacity urban broadband spectrum. That was a lot of the debt came from bolstering their 5G networks over the last couple years. They also, may have burned $30 billion kind of for funsies. But is T-Mobile doing better? I mean, they're just like the go-to. I don't really know if they're doing better or worse, but they're the industry or like the sector leader. The FTC probably should have stopped that merger, but they didn't. There's 13.5 next weekly CSP are getting juicier. That's what I said earlier. That they were gonna get pretty sexy if it kept dropping. And it has kept dropping, so ES did find its support at 45, 46.25. Was that the exact level I said it would find support at? I think it was. So that's cool. We didn't fall all the way back to 40, 45, 45. So retesting 45.50. If we break up here above 45.50, that's pretty bullish. That means future supports come in at the higher level. Did you already sell the fucking CSPs? Why is everybody so impatient? Why does everybody have to rush into everything? So what if you miss it? What's with the FOMO? When is having a ton of FOMO ever paid off for anybody? I over leveraged myself. Oh Jesus. FOMO was rewarded during the GME AMC days. Was it? I feel like FOMO was never rewarded back then. It was just a lot of people buying options at the top and then freaking out when they burned up because they were overpriced and then selling them only to watch it rip back up again. How are you feeling about Schwab going into earnings? Would you be adding to your position on a miss? Yes. Although I'm not entirely sure I won't be selling my position before earnings. It's up quite a bit already over the last 2 weeks. Hmm. These are good questions. Hmm. One second. Log into this stupid fucking brokerage. Okay, so I bought on 620. My average share price is 53.21. Did I buy twice? I mean, it's already up fucking 10%. I don't know. I don't know if I should. I gotta think about it. I don't know if I'm gonna hold into earnings or not. I'm up like 3,000 on the position. I guess I could. I don't like synthetic longs on T. I'll just be straight up with you right now. I don't think there's nearly enough skew for it to be advantageous, and it moving up by August, November is definitely not guaranteed. Do you have any specific predictions on what will keep consumer side inflation higher going into 2024? Is it entirely energy prices, i.e., OPEC supply cuts? Oh no! If the asset bubble continues to reinflate, it'll be demand again. Demand on supply chains that are healing but are not fully healed during a period when manufacturing is already contracting, which will increase producer demand, right, and drive PPI up. So, I mean, everything that caused inflation back in 2021 and drove it higher is set to just take off again with the federal funds rate at 5.25. So if consumer confidence keeps increasing, I mean, durables hasn't gone anywhere, right? And all the drop in inflation that we currently see is largely due to energy. So if demand is going to pick up across the board, we're going to start to see expansion on the production and manufacturing side. Oil demand's going to go way the fuck up, and that's going to start to push energy prices higher. I mean, Brent crude's already like flirting with becoming additive again, right? Above $80 a barrel, and it is additive. And that's not even accounting for what can happen this winter with nat gas prices. So, I mean, the return of energy pricing to a more median area is very likely. And a lot of them are trading, in the bottom third of their like 52-week averages. Schwab? Yeah, Schwab was a pickles pick. Not that long ago. I think it was like end of June, towards the end of June. I filled up the account again. Let's fucking go. No mental breakdowns. No more. I have broken the chain. I have changed. Alright, cool. Yeah, Dave. So I don't like synthetic longs on T. That's on Netflix earnings. Call side is stacked. Could be good. I've had some content coming out over the last quarter, but the guidance in terms of the strike could be very, very bearish, right? If they're not going to if they're not going to be pushing out any content for like the next 3 to 6 months, that could be really, really bad. And you'd figure it'd be something that you're going to be upfront with shareholders about. So I'd be very cautious of their earnings, call side stacked or not. Those can be sold too. That's roughly the range of days to expiration on sold options where high assignment probability becomes low assignment probability. That's not a thing. That's completely independent based on what the underlying is. Pickles this week was just so don't YOLO, wait and see, be cautious, so lame. No, it wasn't. I said I was bullish today and tomorrow. Then I said to be cautious of the midweek because we don't know if SLD is going to be a thing or not. And if it is, it could be very rapid. I don't know. I didn't read it. God damn it, Popcorn. You told me you could read full paragraphs now. I can. I chose not to. Well, alright. At least you're being independent. No problem, Gilgamesh. Can we just adjust the beautiful thread to BTU Tiffle? And it counts as both BTU and T thread? Easy? We don't need a thread for T. It's not that fucking interesting. Everyone's just talking about it today because it looks really cheap, but guess what? Things that look really cheap can get a lot cheaper. Look at 3M. People have been nagging me about going long 3M forever. There were like people fuck, I don't know, back in 21 that were like, "Oh man, 3M's at 183 right now. It could never be cheaper than it is. This is such a great fucking deal." And I was like, "No, they've got a lot of fucking problems." Now it's at 100 and people still want to fucking YOLO into it, but it can still get cheaper. We're going long 3M now? I will at some point, but not yet. When DDS thread, it doesn't need a thread. It's really easy. You just buy on the bottom trend line, sell it when it tests the next one higher. Have you ever been to Portland, Maine? No. I've been to Maine. I don't think I've been to Port. Maybe I have. I was a kid. I haven't been to Maine since. How long should I paper trade a new strategy before trying it for real? I mean, so you're confident and you have enough tests to prove its success rate? I don't know. Is it something you're trading every day? Is it a strategy that's like every 2 weeks? TR definitely needs a thread. None of these stocks need their own thread. I shouldn't have looked at MMM. Now I'm thinking about selling November 90p. I mean, even at 100, it's questionable about how much value there is there. they still have a lot more litigation to grind through on those forever chemicals. And their CAGR is like, it's okay, but it's I'm not really sure it's better than just buying anything else at these prices. Sub 90, it starts to become very attractive. Looks like Fubo did a bounce like I thought. Any reasonable top to this run? Or $3 still due to positioning? It still hasn't broken 308, so it can just snap back to 3. You want to see it. You want to see it break 308 to the upside and start to pack a little bit of delta onto the $3 calls, and ideally even higher at like 315. But right now there's still not a lot of momentum, so I'd be pretty patient with it. Please make an F thread. Why? So you can get emotional support? Why is with Upstart rapidly approaching 15% over Gamma Max? Is it a good time to sell some bear call spreads on it at like 55, 60? Generally speaking, yeah. That's usually pretty good. Although Gamma Max could move up, and we don't really know if it has today, so today probably wouldn't be the day to do it. You'd want to confirm that Gamma Max has stayed fairly static. Can I ask a question about the Zom play? Feel free to just say no until later in the week. Would you close sold calls on a move below the sold call strike? I'm just playing with the position. No. Probably not. I mean, they wouldn't have if the well. It depends when the move below the sold call strike happened, but yeah, probably not. Rev doesn't exist and still has its own thread. It's a memorial. What you spit on the little crosses on the highway? You sick fuck. I just like the market for being a filthy slut. Yeah, okay. It's judgy, but UAE and India agree to settle trades in rupees, about 90 billion a year in trades, Forbes. Cool. I thought India was out of BRICS, though. No, I just want to sell Ford puts for barely any premium, so you can feel like you're winning somewhere. Nice turd. I don't slut shame women, only financials. Maybe you should trade less promiscuous. Underlyings. Have you thought about that? Maybe like a more conservative instrument. Something with real family values. No, gross. Well, you want to play you want to play fast and loose, popcorn trader. You're gonna have to get down in the mud with the rest of us. What am I, Mormon? Tom F, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. So you just plan on closing the sold call portion when you close the long call portion? Depending on the time left in the play, just as you said. Yeah. I mean, it's triple leverage to the upside, right? So what's the point of closing the... there's no reason to close the sold call. It's not like it's sitting there ruining your profitability or anything. He wasn't slut shaming. He thinks they're good. Oh, it was just like some dirty talk. This consolidation looking bullish or nah? We V'd, didn't we? Dork's gonna get really mad at me if I don't buy a put here. Oh man, if I buy a 45 Dork, if I buy a 45-20 put, I basically collapse. I collapse the risk down to 500 across the board. I mean, I'd want it above 45-20, but and then profitable on a close if we mean revert back to 4500. Top of the range. Yeah. It still looks bullish though. Like all the things look bullish. Especially on the longer time frames. Yeah, I'll just wait. I'm still astounded that I established this shit for a net credit. I mean, we're not wrong. The liquidity is just so fucking stupid. That should never be possible. Why buy a put now if the market is pushing up? Huh? Oh, it protects my downside if the market reverses. That's called hedging. Gotta hedge that tail risk. Tesla to 300? Maybe. Yeah. Watch out for the upside on it. That's about where Gamma Max is. That reminds me. Are these things that happen every once in a while called pullbacks and reversals? They're not common nowadays. So I can understand how they've left everybody's recent memory. You're making any trades based on the possible UPS strike, or do you think it won't happen? I haven't really, I haven't really made any trades on it. Hmm. Phew. All right, that was nice. At least I got out of that. That was fucking close. Which side is more likely to give up? That's a good question. Let me see what interest is looking like. Gamma's moving up. 45-25 still looks pretty strong. I don't think they're ready to give up just yet. And they really haven't started pushing very hard, so we're about to find maybe more support at 45.50 now, which gives us inverse head and shoulders. Also the volume profile's spot on, so this could be where we start to move higher for the day. We might want to consider a little faster. Big vol candles on futures. Yeah, I see it.
Can I get my Dillionaire song and my tax write-off, please? Oh shit, Fuzzy Turtle. I didn't I didn't even see you joined up, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Welcome aboard. Hey, Gurk, I'm trying to find something not way overvalued to take a long position in. Seeing lots of attention over PayPal. Any thoughts on them? I mean, I think there's a lot of value in the market. It seems like you're just focused on tech, where value is. I don't think PayPal is that attractive of an investment. Not that their share price can't go up, it can, but I really don't see a lot of potential growth in their future. At least not currently. Their balance sheet's solid. They're probably not going anywhere, but I wouldn't say that they're underpriced. But I mean, it could kind of be like a value, like a bit of a value trap, and that like it seems really cheap, but there's really nothing to push the valuations higher anymore. Maybe like, have you looked at? I mean, some things still look really decent. There's let's see, more tech exposed. Maybe look into like Docu or Shopify's been okay if you can catch it when volatility brings a dip. Um, there's tons of value in manufacturing, industrials, um, chemicals, telecom, energy and utilities. So yeah, like the whole RSP is lagging way behind, big tech, right? And even like the small tech that's seen price improvement, like, or just be patient because the current valuations are way overblown. But yeah, you might need to look a little broader to find good value. But it's there. I mean, like I bought Schwab like a couple weeks ago. It's up like 11%. Um, Copper's starting to get a little bit of interest. Oil's been doing pretty well over the last few weeks. Wouldn't bots stop pumpies? I don't know. Probably not today. Small and mid caps are moving today, so GME's not, but the rest of them are. How do you like this Baba entry? Ooh, it's a little bit better. You might get yourself caught up in a little bit of consolidation here, but it's not a bad entry. Still kind of far from risk. I mean, you have to set your risk lower. Remember that. Like, so you have to adjust your risk down because your entry's, already within the trend, which sucks, but that's the effect of overnight drops. FSLR is running on a supply deal for solar modules. Do you think the short play is done for now? I've been out of the short play for a little while. Like the longer term short play, I guess it depends on. I don't know. I'll have to look into the deal, but if it doesn't solve their supply chain issues, no. Although bullish news on FSLR is probably worth going long on in the short term.
They have earnings coming up like right around the corner though, so it's probably not gonna last. They still have a big capital spend for infrastructure no matter what. And they're trading at like absurd PEs. So no, but I mean don't fucking hang around in it while price stagnates. If you're short above like 200, take profits. What are your thoughts on Baba August 18 90p play from Pickles Picks? Baba's just above 93 right now. I already entered some of it this morning. I might buy a little more on the pullback here. Can you put SoFi up on the screen? No? Gross. Why? Just say it. T is big value. It's some value. It's very risky. Everyone is... The options play channel is fading Zom until oil hits 67. Whatever. Isn't Zom up today? Why the fuck do they think oil's going back to 67? I don't think so. Demand's only going to pick up into the summer. It's not going to get lighter. I think the opportunity for a pullback in oil's been missed by a bunch of people. I don't know the options play channel is fading Zom. Bidenomics. Yeah, what if Biden starts filling the reserve back up at 75? Then what? What's up, trash? Yeah, I mean, so far it looks like Zom found some support. I think its pullback was ridiculous given that oil prices barely dropped. It was trading higher with oil at 67 a barrel. A large part of the pullback on Zom was due to the acquisition of DEN. And because Zom shareholders could go collect dividends over there. But once that like buyout arbitrage and like dispersion plays are done, like Zom looks really good. Also, call interest ramped way the fuck up on it last week. Like long call interest. I think this oil 67 narrative came from some theory Dunstan was discussing that may or may not be realistic. Oh, okay. Oil already hit 67. They ain't getting 45.20, Dad. Okay. You sure about that? You might be right, actually. But it's still too early to say. Ooh. Hold on. Could I buy a 45.15? What the fuck does that do? Hold on. 1 second. 45.15. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't really do much. My back hurts. I need a back rub, anybody? Hmm. Did you sell CCs on T already to capture the downside move? I had CCs out on T before the news came in. So a little bit, yeah. Upstart is 15% over Gamma Max. At what point does it run away? I mean, it really doesn't. That's not how Gamma Max works. Hear me out. Escaping Roomba? We'll do infomercials where we do the Ron Pape, set it and forget it. Interesting. Like it was like a little tiny pair of clippers on like a little robot body. And that sounds super dangerous. I'm in. Hmm. It's actually starting to look a bit more bearish. Let's see. 45. What do I have my put at? 4,500? 4,510. Okay. So 45.15. 45.15. Two of those at 330. Uh, all right. 45.25. Interest is still increasing. Although the put call ratio has shifted a little bit. 45.15 and 20 puts have picked up. 45.10 a little bit. Call volume's still stronger, but I wonder how many of those calls are being sold. Let me look at the longer term interest here, because there's a lot of puts that came in this morning. Hmm. Yeah, 4,500 still pretty well defended. All of the fucking interest is for like 721. Yeah, under 45.15 is bearish. It gets pretty slippery down to like 4,500, and then there's support at 4,500 and 4,490. I mean, they've really got the downside still well defended, and they haven't been capitulating a lot today. Like some of the zero DTEs that went in the money this morning sold off, but I don't think they're giving up. Now, if they get like a breakout run, then they might, but how risky is T? That's pretty risky. I mean, they're probably not going to go out of business anytime soon, but I think it's probably concerning if you have to ask if a company as big as T is going to remain profitable, which is a question. Senator Warren sent a letter to the SEC requesting an investigation to Tesla and Musk involving corporate assets, dated today. Ooh. Uh-oh. Is it intermingling assets with Twitter? That's a big fucking no-no. Did Twitter pre-order 10,000 Cybertrucks? I don't know, maybe. Sup, Gurk? Just got out of a meeting. Nice. I like how you spelled that. Check DM. Fuck is this? Oh. Well, everything expires on the 21st. So that's kind of how you should feel about it. With CCs used to offset underlying decline, T's probably a great long-term investment. I would agree if their management wasn't such a bunch of fucktards. But their management is the reason they're in the position they're in now, and they haven't turned things around just yet. I know how to play the violin. Well, I used to know how to play the violin. I probably don't anymore. Every Tesla motor vehicle now comes with a verified Twitter blue tick, paid for by Tesla. Gork, if the mouse loses 85, ouchie downtowns. Disney? I don't know. I'm not watching it. Yeah, I know Verizon's down too. Uh, 84 is more important, but yeah, 84 is an important level. Is the wedge going to break up or down? I don't know. VIX sucks. Why is it such a scam? Because it doesn't really measure the thing that you want it to. You can have an adjusted cost basis based on sold covered calls. But that doesn't mean you're necessarily averaging down. If you actually average down with your CC premiums, then yeah, you can reduce your actual cost basis. Twitter's been struggling to pay bills, so it wouldn't surprise me if Musk was trying to mix some funds to stay afloat. Yeah, that wouldn't be shocking. I don't know why he didn't just use Tesla to buy Twitter out if that was going to be the case, though. The Upstart call was phenomenal. It's too bad I never jumped in. There'll always be another one. Which wedge? There's been a dozen 45-20 wedges today. Well, they're trying. I don't know if there's been a dozen wedges, but we sort of have one here. Not really. Forward cutting the Lightning F-150 prices by 15 to 20% has to be rough on Elon too. Also, I might get one of those. Okay. I think everything's been kind of rough on Elon lately. Toyota's got better batteries and faster charge times. Walmart's coming after his charging infrastructure. Ford's just getting more money than him. It's almost like for a very brief window of time, Tesla occupied a space that no one else did, and that space is collapsing in on them. I was exaggerating sarcastically. Are you getting old on us, Skirk? I mean, yeah, literally. Toyota batteries will be Tesla killers if they're not vaporware. Has Toyota ever over promised and under delivered? Remember back when the Prius came out and they were like, it'll definitely get 35 miles per gallon, and then it got like 50? So my expectation from Toyota, based on their historic corporate announcements, would be that their battery tech is actually better than they've let on. Better to be late than wrong, right? When you speak about your GME cost basis, you're speaking to adjusted, yeah. My real cost basis on GME shares is like 1580, something like that. Yeah, I think it's like 1580 or something. Most of them were exercised off of like 45 and $50 leaps that I bought in Feb of 2021. Like more than half of my shares are from that. Toyota's tried to push hydrogen vehicles for the last 2 decades, and they totally failed. Yeah, but those vehicles are awesome, right? It's just there's no market for them. Also, their manufacturing capacity is way, way more significant than Tesla's. If they can make a better EV model than Tesla can, they can make 10 times more of them and at a cheaper price. It doesn't matter if they're late to the party. They're fucking Toyota. They don't need to be early. Yeah, yeah. I use spreadsheets to track it. The problem is demand. The majority of people still want gas vehicles. Uh, I mean, that could be a lot different if the electric vehicle has a 900-mile range, right? That's actually like groundbreaking. Why do you assume that Tesla isn't improving their battery technology? Because Elon would be fucking talking about it 6 years in advance. There's no hydrogen infrastructure, which Toyota cannot make happen alone without systemic changes and market wide fundamental solutions for how humankind's economy operates. So it was just a risky bet. Yeah, but if it ever does happen, they'll have all the patents and the technology. How did you find Upstart? Digging through ETFs and short positioning and failures on underlyings in ETFs. And don't forget Toyota's former CEO, who pushed for non-electrification options, has been gone for years. They've been working on electric car for some time with a knowledge lead on basics. I mean, when you're being lost to market's not always the worst thing, especially with something like auto manufacturing, right? Because you got to watch everybody else make mistakes and you got to fix those during your design process, which means that you can come out with a more complete and reliable product when you do decide to come to market. On your synthetic logs for Fubo, did you close your sold puts or are you holding them? I just closed the positions. I closed them when we tested like 315. They were up a shitload. I mean, those are like leveraged synthetic longs, so they make a lot of money really fast on very small amounts of price improvement. 900-mile range per fill up, and the fill up costs half or less than current. Doesn't matter if EV or ICE preference. This stats just makes sense. My northern country, don't fight with the Tesla bros. They get angry. It ain't much, but it will be one day thanks to this stream. I appreciate all you do. Thanks, Golden Jive. I appreciate it, man. You don't ever have to donate me money to ask questions. That's what I'm here for. But I appreciate it. When does the stalemate end? I don't know. I don't know if it will end, right? It's a good question. The longer it drags on without them getting any kind of significant breakout, the more bearish it gets, though. That's just the nature of it. It's hard to sustain the profitability on the call side, and then you start losing your support. What about being early to market with NFTs? Actually, fucking useless. I mean, they could have targeted more important aspects of the NFT's future, right? But they're not really, I don't know, GME's not really positioned well to do that. I don't think gaming's where NFTs are gonna play an important role, if they ever do play a role. Spending 1/10 the amount on research because you just piggyback off all the mistakes already made by your competition. Yeah. You don't need to be first to market. You just need to be better than the market. Right? You just have, like, if even if you're last, you can make it a superior product. And you know what your competition is, right? It's already set in stone. So you can focus all of your R&D on one specific aspect. Like Toyota doesn't need, to start from the ground up. They've already got, frames and bodies and that's all done, right? Interior design out the ass. So all they have to focus on is better batteries. It's really easy for them to just win, right? Claiming a 620-mile range per charge because it will be a solid state battery, giant capacitor. It will cost a lot more than current batteries. Supposedly their price is going to be competitive. My stepdad's a Tesla bro. He's got two and a deposit on the Cybertruck. He can't wait for Toyota SSB cars. Goldman lowers recession forecast. Only 20% chance of recession. There you go. Now we'll get a pump. I would argue that we're already in one. And the market is it's yet to be declared, but I would say that based on credit standards and bank contraction, the recession's already begun. I think I mean even at the Fed's lowest estimate, we hit the SOM rule before the end of 2023. That's their minimum estimate for unemployment this year. Any thoughts on the FSLR price action today? They said they were doing some sort of merger, or they struck a deal with somebody for battery modules or some shit. I mean, it eases their supply chain issues, but I'm pretty okay with still shorting FSLR above like 210. I've made money on it every time, quite a lot of it. Eventually, that capital spend is going to come in. They're going to have to ramp up production to meet demand. And they also have some other issues in the supply chain against their competition, where like actually even more so now with the Chinese export tariffs that they're going to be implementing on gallium and germanium. That's not really a big problem for Enphase, but it's kind of a big problem for FSLR. Also, there's another metal that they're kind of relying on that Enphase isn't. Oh fuck! Hold on, I gotta look at my notes. I don't remember what it was. Toyota's a world leader in lean manufacturing. I've got a few certs from them. Quality and throughput is nuts over there. All they gotta do is acquire QS and it can produce the batteries faster. Is the bottom in for the year? I don't think so. Family friend just bought a Tundra for 91K with $1,600 monthly payments. Bullish for the economy. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Unbelievable. The fact that people are buying fucking new cars above MSRP still is mind boggling to me. Like, just don't buy a car. And rates are going to keep going up. Inventories are going to bloat. And dealerships will do everything in their power to move it off their fucking lot so they don't have to pay the interest on it. Like, you just wait. Yeah, leases aren't super great right now either, but a little bit better. You definitely don't lease a pickup truck though, because you're gonna fucking tear it up if you use it for anything that, well, if you use it for anything that you would buy a pickup truck for. If it's just there to increase the length of your penis, then I guess you could lease it. The only new car you should buy is a minivan, because when you lose your over leveraged house, you can live in it. All right, so we're getting some out of the money call interest. 25, 30 again. A little bit at 35, but not a lot yet. That still looks good. That looks good. That doesn't look so hot. It's gonna need to continue to improve, huh? Mm. $2. Ooh. Mm. Hmm. 35 and 40 look pretty good for Friday's expiration, even though they're not super strong today. Yeah, let's see if we break 25. Is it too early to have an end of day directional guesstimate? I mean, I've been pretty consistent on what I thought was going to happen today, despite everybody whining about trading at 45.20 for multiple hours on end. I know last week you said there might be a better dip for oil stocks once Dixie goes back up. Is there a PT on Dixie? Do you know when it could dipple effect on oil? I mean, I would expect with the Fed rate increase, we could see maybe Dixie move back to 101 or 102, unless they surprise with like 0.5 or something. I don't see Dixie moving up significantly. Even 0.25 is just going to bring us in line with like foreign currencies. So probably like 100 to 101. What are your thoughts on delinquency rates? They're moving up. They're moving up quite a lot. Yeah, once we have higher unemployment, it'll get worse. Any targets on the current upstart run? 10 to 15% above gamma max. Yeah, I mean, short positions have moved around, so it's not as like 50 isn't as big of a threat for them anymore. Um, they've had a lot of time to like scale and get out, but I mean, I don't see persistent price increases over gamma max. Like even if we get them, they're not gonna last, right? The next like long term resistance to the upsides at like 45.75, I think, or 54.75. Sorry. Yeah, this doesn't look that bearish though. I'm gonna regret this. Maybe. All right. No problem, Connor. Balls deep and 0 DT calls in 8 minutes. Why 8 minutes? No, not necessarily. Uh, that looks kind of okay. That's bouncing back. That still looks good. Yeah, this all still looks kind of bullish. I'm not really. Unless we get like a big sell off in futures or something, I'm not really seeing where the bearishness is here. We got a higher low on the bounce off 45.50. Thoughts on CCL September 15 $15 puts or October 2015 puts. Why are you buying puts? Carnival looks really good right now. And spending's going up. I mean, you're just trying to play the seasonality. Might want to wait for it to move higher. Gurk, I rack a 3.5-inch Python swole. How many Ford F-Buck Nifties do I need to acquire to gain 6 inches? Thanks, brother. I don't know. At least one Ferrari. But if you live in Texas, I don't know, like an F-350 Super Diesel with all the packages. Well, I'm out. At least you tried. You could try to find someone to love you for your personality. Ford Raptor. That's for Florida, though. Man, I have some scaping tips that'll make that 3.5 incher look like a monster hog. Barodactyl putting the lean back in hogs. No one respects your hog in Texas unless you drive an M1 Abrams battle tank. How about a mod deuce on top of a 92 Celica? Girls are pretty neat. Thanks for weighing in on that, Squamsk. When SLD occurs, what sort of VIX movement is typical? Usually goes up. Well, we have VIX expiration Wednesday. I don't know what that is, but sure, it's a 50 caliber Browning machine gun. Toyota Helix, gotta trigger him with the Japanese build. Oh yes, we like those. None of you can afford to reload one, but fun to look at. It's like a nice living room piece. You could use it as a coffee table. I've had 4 neighbors ask me if I wanted to see their gun safe. That sounds like a, you know, popcorn. I'm gonna tell you straight up, man. That doesn't sound like it's about guns. He's not being intimidated. He's being, what's the right word for it? Cruised. You're being cruised by your neighbors. Not Tad, but similar. Are we still talking about girls? I don't know. I don't know if we actually brought up girls anywhere in this conversation. And you wonder why you're shadow banned. I don't wonder, I know. But I'm not gonna stop. This is quality fucking content. If YouTube doesn't realize its potential, that's not my problem. Maybe they'll ban me one day. I'll move to Twitch and hire a sidekick. Gun safe, same as basement dungeon? I don't know about you, but if I told someone I was going to show them my gun safe, I feel like it'd be not a dungeon in a basement. I don't know anyone who looks up YouTube for streams. Yeah, it's fair. We don't get basements in Houston. Why? Is there is there no ground? Is it too hard to dig? Water tables too? What water? Gun safe? Same like chastity belt? Could be. It's a swamp. Hmm. Interesting. Just just put your basement above ground and then build your house on top of it. Yeah, then you can avoid the floods. Can you provide any insight on the effect of VIX expiration on VIX? They're just more volatile while repositioning similar to OPEX. Yeah, that's just adds volatility. It moves to the next 30-day rolling period. So it can change the I guess it could change the it slightly has an effect on the price, but not much. OPEX is more like OPEX is more important. Baird analyst recommended 115 price target on Baba. I wonder which bank they represent that needs to sell some Baba. It's a good question. Uh, Pretty far from 115 right now. A single wide on 20-foot piles. Okay, you could do that. Wouldn't the bottom fall out though? Wait, hold on. If you put your basement above ground and you build your house on top of it, do you have to pay taxes on the house? Or is that not considered a permanent structure? It's considered a sky castle and falls under bird law. All right. Yeah, I agree. It's a permanent structure, but what if you could demonstrate in a court of law that it's mobile? Then you could use your Ford F-350 King Ranch for something worthwhile. Moving your giant concrete block around your property. Any house is mobile if you try hard enough. Truer words. What is going on with this bullshit, man? You don't need a loan. Did you do the Baba play already? Sweet call. Alas, I missed market open today. I did, but I'm adding. I I added $93 puts and some $92 puts weeklies just a few minutes ago. No, I guess not a few minutes ago, but like 20 minutes ago. Hmm. I don't like this. Another round of buy pressure. The butthole's tightening, which should be kind of bullish, but it's tightening on the low side. Dork, it's a really low butthole, man. I wish it was centered a little bit better. Why are they so scared of the upside? They're not. People just keep selling them calls. RC tweeted at the Microsoft CEO saying GME is a big customer of Microsoft. Okay. He's been reaching out and being ignored. He now knows the plight of all his customers. Haha, I hate this timeline. Wait, is that real? Who the fuck does he think he is? He like bought like 6 shares of Baba. He's like, hold on, let me send a letter to the board. Now he's bitching at the CEO of Microsoft about customer service. If I were that CEO, I'd just tweet back like, yo, hit me up when your market cap's over $1 trillion. I don't know how GME is a big customer of Microsoft. Pulte replied to RC with a fire emoji. This is what we didn't know about Pulte in the beginning, is that he's just a big simp. We just bought Activision and you no longer have access to COD would be legendary. Oh boy. It's in the options play channel. Don't tag me for his fucking tweet. I don't even want to see it. God. Why is he doing this to me? It's like he's trying to make holding his awful stock even harder by being a prick. Why can't he just focus on making some fucking money? Thank you. He's a needy billionaire? Why is that a thing? He doesn't know how. Just sell fucking pet food. I don't care what they do at this point.
Is the Pulte fire emoji real? I'm dying. Make me CEO. I'll get the Dans working behind the GameStop. We'll start turning them all into pawn shops. Shit'll be profitable by the end of next year. Haggling with neckbeards over buying used 3080 Ti's. Jimmy to $50 easy if the Dans were in charge. We take a 20% cut off the hand jobs. If you're a Power Up member, you get a 10% discount. It'll work. It's a successful model. History has proven it. If you're a Power Up member, there's so many double entendres there. There's a couple. God, I really fucking hate this stock. Wait, how cheap is this? Oh, okay, I'm buying this now. Fuck this. There. I did it. I did it, dork. I bought the put. And now I can rip. But I got it for $250. So total net debit, $478. Oh, they're buying pretty hard, you know? They really want it. They really want it, but they suck at getting it nowadays. Is anybody noticing this besides me? Like with the amount of fucking calls they're buying today. There's 47,000 fucking, I'm sorry, 53,000 volume at the 45.25 strike. Where'd the volume go? Why is there so many fucking, what is all this bullshit? Did this update and change something? Yeah, 54,000 volume. Damn, that's a lot of puts. Also, like, sorry, 52,000 of that was me. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. The top is in. Let's fucking go. Maybe. Their pumping has weakened significantly ever since Picklejar stopped diamond handing puts and switched to calls. Everybody could have just bought overnight straddles all along and made tons of money. Listen to the Dill stream last night. Flash crash scenario because of tail risk would be due to margin collapsing
Is that what I gathered? I mean, yeah, mostly. Can you explain what a straddle is? And is this like a saddle on a horse? Or more like a strudel? No, well, I guess it depends on the type of horse. In all seriousness, how and when do you position for SPX straddles? You can literally just buy them like the most basic bitch straddle, like buying 4 DTE at close every night has like a 13.5% return over the last 6 months. Every day. And just closing it when one side is up. Overnight straddles are not as easy to exit. Yes, they are. It's not easy to exit both legs profitably. So you can make a lot more on them, but just closing the whole fucking thing down still nets profit most of the time. If you or a loved one's contracts are suffering from ED, ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you. Take control of your zero DT options today. You have options. Look, I do. Thanks. Seems a little early in the day for them to get it. Sell off into close. We could. Do I need to buy another one of these? Ooh. That really minimizes loss. 3 of them? Brings my net debit up, but it brings my max loss way the fuck down. Hmm. Do you think my 450 spy puts are dead for today? They could be. I don't know. What, did you buy them like first thing this morning? If you're poor and you need to straddle a spy, QQQ is better. It's been a fun year. Can you describe what you mean for a flash crash scenario? Me and Dork talked about it pretty extensively yesterday on the members stream if you want to check it out. Triple tops are bullish now. It's not entirely a triple top if it finds a higher low here. I have an overnight 4,500 straddle over. The whole position is down negative 2%. I have stops on the call side to exit profitably, but feel it's too easy for the other legs to die. How many days to expiration do you have? I mean, you either need it to move higher, right? Or you need the put side to go in the money or become profitable by greater than 2%. Cobra, you fucking paper hand?
You son of a bitch. Shame. No, 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 no. I'm just waiting for my new credit card because I maxed out my other 70. All right. I'm going to remember this conversation. Consider yourself in purgatory. I'll back the Dans off for a brief period of time. 7 DTE, but I've had this issue with previous straddles 5 to 10 DTE. I mean, if you were negative 2%, you should be up now, right? On the whole position. And above 45.25, you're profitable. Like, profitable with some additional range, I assume. The only tough part is the drop in VIX. That's on the telecom news and T price target. Man, is everybody going to ask me about this today? It's very cheap. I don't think that the lead wiring telecom news is a very big deal. The total remediation costs across the entire US are something like $60 billion split between all of the major telecoms. It's not a big issue. T's currently cheaper than it was in 1994. It could still get cheaper, but it's very cheap. Yeah, I mean, you do have options, but if your theta lasts for longer than 4 hours, you should call your broker. Agreed. Are you constantly backing the Dans off? Is that why we never see your hands? My hands are right here. No problem, Noosh Noosh. Okay, but can you explain to me the telecom news? And how is November OPEX looking after today's price action? Pretty decent. God damn it, Cobra. This was going to be a whole thing over... You ruined it. Alright, that's fine. Welcome back to Pigeonwell. I'll play the song. You just wanted another song, didn't you? You want to feel noticed. Hey guys, I've been making easy money doing that buy low, sell high strategy. T is low right now. You know, it's okay. With proper supplementation and exercise, you can keep your T up well into your 50s. You've seen my toes, trash. You know, the whole centaur myth could be easily put to rest if people explored the Discord more. I love the attention. I want to be noticed too. Hey, Purple Hulk. How you doing, man? Still purple? Still hulking out? Gap up or down overnight? How would I know that? I don't know. I guess let's see how Hang Seng reacts to China's economy just sucking. Oh fuck, I didn't even mean to make a T joke. Yeah, but I got your back, man. How are you feeling about this low T action? Jesus fucking Christ, man. I've never seen so many people so interested in fucking AT&T.
You guys are just ravenous, man. You'll chase anything at the top and buy anything at a perceived bottom. You're somehow making me less bullish on the stock I already own a shitload of. Isn't it great? There's a sales guy from AT&T at Costco just harassing people. I don't think he made a single sale. Bullish. He probably works for like some subsidiary, like fucking local reseller. Is it entering Upstart now too chasey? Slash S. Happy 20 months, Garrick. At Rex77. Thanks, Lawrence. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, it's a little chasey. Did someone say perceived bottom? I did. Just stopping in because I heard this channel was talking about tea. I'm down 2.8% on my newly purchased tea position. Good portfolio management would tell me to cut, but I'm diamond handing until bankruptcy. Somehow I feel like you're guaranteeing bankruptcy. Everybody rushing in to buy my covered calls. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate the support. Win TQ. I'm not buying CCs. I'm here for the dividend. It's decent. Slightly better than the 2-year. We need to start another super stack. Do you think we can get him to try and DRST? I don't have that much AT&T. I also have to support my cell phone provider. Yeah, because if they go out of business, you won't get any text messages. What do you think about yes-no odds or for assignment on a 1750cc expiring this Friday on Upstart? If I don't get assigned, I'll resub to Dillionaire. It's like 99.999 yes. As a matter of fact, if you want to buy no contracts on that, I could probably sell them to you. Let's just say minimum bid. TRQ, pronounced twerk. I'm here for this channel in Discord. I don't want to make a fucking AT&T channel. It's just a boring boomer stock. Calls are 15% up and in the money. I'm considering buying shorter dated out of the money puts, making it an overnight straddle. Bad idea. 10-day theta on the calls. No, it's not terrible. Toe ring boy day, if I've ever seen one. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're going hard on the toe ring. But at least today I can't get blown up $3,000 on one tick. Although I would like the market to move a bit more. How can I donate tea to Carl? You can't. He's shorting it. You can let him borrow it, but you can't donate it. It's against the rules. How high is tea gonna squeeze after the pickle jar buys the float and DRSs? I don't know, maybe like $12. Can I get 20 to 1 odds on that guy's yes no contracts on Upstart 1750 assignment? I'm not gonna. The juice isn't worth the squeeze here. What about Express? You've put it in all caps. It's up 6% today. It's doing good. If we touch 45.30, it's gonna be glorious. Wait, did you do the thing too? Same like? JFresh. Yeah? Don't fucking tease me. I would literally die laughing if T was the actual MOASS. I think people said that about Upstart too at one point. No, I mean, it will be an easy short call. Oh, yeah, probably. If you bought both, it means it will close red on the day. What DTE on those overnight straddles that were printing 10% a day? Simply closing both legs same time each day when it went profitable. Like 3 to 5, depending on the next day's move. Don't forget, for the last like 6 fucking months, we've had massive intraday swings of like 70 and 80 BPS pretty consistently up until the last couple weeks. I will say the straddles have gotten a little bit more boring, but they're still good. If you get too much theta on them, especially in, like over the weekend, you have to get the theta, which means you usually end up carrying a leg like an extra day or two. But if you get too much theta during the week, you end up widening the spread too much for it to get profitable. Hats off to that guy who switched his Jimmy for Upstart at 20 something. Touche. Nice. JFresh just sells 0 DTEs. The market makers need the liquidity, and he's there to provide it. That's my main issue trading straddles. I can't get the balance right for theta to be able to print 100% on one side intraday. I mean, you don't need it to print 100% for it to be profitable. 100% is just insane, right? Like, and that happens too. I mean, any news on BTC? It's tanking. Well, Gaff would tell you something like hold the line, but breaking 30 seems significant to me. Where's the trend at, Gaff? Ew. BTC done with its distribution back to 2,700? 27,000? It's just being BTC. You mean, don't get me started. If only we had spot BTC ETFs, right? I don't know. It seems it's probably irrelevant until it breaks below 27, 26.8. Yeah. If it breaks below 26.8, that might be more significant, but right now it doesn't look super concerning. Unless you just bought BTC at 30, in which case, I'm sorry. Should I buy more Cardano? That's up to you, man. The straddles are less fun, profitable lately because I started paper trading them. And as soon as I feel comfortable to actually do it, they will stop completely. Good to know. Jay West, I did it. I finally sold all of my Upstart. Goodbye, $14 cost basis. Time and patience plus Riku. Fuck yeah, Jay West. Nice, man. You nailed a very good price point on that. Congratulations, dude. By the way, I tried hedging today on my paper trading account and got it all profitable everywhere. However, I didn't realize I could have bought a call and sold a call open on different spreads at the same time at the same strike. You'll get better at managing that throughout the day as you get more practice. As delta increases on one leg, it decreases on the other. The winning leg outpaces the losing leg because the absolute derivative of delta of the decreasing leg is smaller than that of the increasing one. You could just say gamma if you want. But yeah. Last chance to sell $3 Fubo calls in the money. Maybe. I don't know. Russell's still fucking hauling ass. I don't know if it's worth the risk. Probably not yet. See, that's a significant failure. Is this shit about to sell off hard into close? I'm not prepared for that outcome. Hmm. SPX losing ground. It's sold off a bit there. Hmm. Jesus fucking Christ. I wish this would break one way or the other. Hmm. This day is so stale. I lock in the profits on the 45.15 calls if I buy another put here. The puts are cheap. It doesn't increase my max risk at all. Actually, I could buy two more. A little bit. Hmm. Whatever you do, do not use abbreviations. I wasn't being sarcastic. No one knows what they fucking mean. There's so many abbreviations in finance that are identical to other abbreviations. I have some 2.5 puts for August 18th. Greedy to not take profits here. $2.5 puts for August 18. For what, Robin? If you don't make it super complicated, people will realize they're gambling. What? Shock Pikachu face. You got the flight to Hal's HQ. How do I spot JFresh's hot tub from the air? Is it the yard with peeners spelled out in hedges? No, you'll just see a turd floating in the middle of it. And the glint of a cat's sunglasses. Maybe just a massive strangle to suppress VIX for expiration. No, it just looks like a big battle between the longs and the shorts. Since Upstart is GME squeeze potential, is now the time to start loading up on 400C weeklies. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's not. That's why you can't put PT for price target, because more often it stands for popcorn trader. I have no idea what that means, Cobra. Intel, Nvidia, and Qualcomm CEOs meeting with Biden. Bearish? To discuss easing new restrictions. Bullish. How's it going? Puts or calls? Ah, they're both gross. I'll tell you this much. Whatever one you choose, there's definitely a market maker willing to sell it to you. Just fucking break down already. Jesus Christ. If we're not gonna go up. Are we in power hour yet? No. At this moment, he realized the SQQQ he bought at 1705 was in fact not the bottom. Lol, my 1350 CSP is on T. Did it fall below 1350 yet? Oh, you're so close. Oh wait, what are they worth now? I'm gonna sell some.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's not that big of a difference from earlier. Although Vol's picking up. Vol is significant. Oh, because of earnings week, right? Yeah, I was gonna say Vol's a lot higher on the 28th. Hmm. Hold on. Ah, it's not worth it. Never mind. This is dumb. Oh, that's yeah. And CS P&L greater than MS, CR, and DR risks. PM for IRS involves CRR, especially within CBO and CLO RA and TTM of COV. Also, we all know CNS is the only abbreviation that matters. It's an important one. Why didn't you tell me I was catching a falling bullet? I don't know. What did you buy? Sell more like me, but I want to sell them in the money. Like I still want to sell the 1350, but I want to sell it in the money. Even though VIX is down, they seem to have a hard time filling the gap made this morning. What fucking gap? What morning? There's no gap from this morning. What the fuck are you talking about? VIX gap? No one cares about VIX gaps. Do you know how many gaps there are on VIX? Two. Will the Bulls make it to 45.50? Tune in this week to find out. I don't think they're gonna stop trying. Right? Yes, but I'm not allowed to talk about it. Why not? What's the big secret, Gaff? Hundreds of them, long gaps, twice as long as a man. Your mother's been telling you stories about me again. You, that's like you're doing like a whole bit there, huh? Nice, Paris. Oh, I hate this market so much. Pumpers won't make it to 45.50 until they convince us that they probably won't. Or just the last 5 minutes of the day. I mean, I actually don't, I kind of don't care what happens here. I think I'm up, right? Uh, just about close. 45.29. So I want to be above. Oh, okay, yeah, because that's wrong because I didn't buy those. So I need to be above
45.29 or below 45.15. Yeah, it seems reasonable. I'm proud of Zom today. It held its own, you know? Good for it. I'm not going to see the new bar. I don't go to see movies at movie theaters. I have a TV. This is all part of the plan, right? Huge pump till they can get out profitable, reposition for a crash. Well, at least reposition for earnings not meeting expectations over the next 2 quarters. Nothing has to crash. You need to understand that a crash is the least likely of possible outcomes. Even with the risk as high as it is, it's still extremely unlikely. I have a sneaking suspicion they've caught on to us catching the 2 p.m. 0 DTE pumps and have moved the pumps to after hours. Straddles reign supreme. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, straddles are pretty fucking cool. Although I did carry one over the weekend and it kind of sucked. I have my tickets Thursday night. Can't wait. Only IMAX films and native 70 mil are worth seeing in theaters, like Oppenheimer. Eh. Should I eat something today? Before power hour? Seems ludicrous. I might as well just wait till after the market's closed. Hmm. See, they need to get call profitability up today, or it's gonna fall off really, 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 really hard. So we need to cross Friday's high. They need it. Do you know when Teddy shares will appear in our accounts? Hmm. When do we get to sell straddles? On SPX? You need like 150 grand, 100 to 150 grand in your margin account. The stream never fails to make me laugh. Best way to lose money on the internet. Thanks, Lawrence. Perhaps some nuts? Nuts? I would have gone to see it if they called it Oppenheimer. It sounds like a. That doesn't sound like a movie about what the movie's about. Japanese volcano erupting? Does this mean Toyota will only get 500 miles per charge? No. Are you familiar with epic rap battles of history? They have Thanos versus Oppenheimer. Pretty good. I haven't seen that, but that sounds funny. Ooh, what am I gonna eat today? There's this place that I saw that they sell a. It's like a birria quesadilla. That sounds fucking good. That's not fucking Taco Bell. Gross. Did that volcano erupting hit a nuclear power plant and cause a global panic? Oh no. Then I don't give a fuck. Quesarito? It's called a quesadilla. I think they call it a pizzadilla. So going to buy a dog at the end of the year, I'm thinking about getting a mini Bernie doodle. Thoughts? Will I lose my street cred if I get it? Absolutely not. Actually, you look 10 times tougher. It's called Mulita, and it's amazing. It looks really good. The problem I have with ordering it is it's a family size meal. It's definitely not meant for one individual person. I guess I could find someone to go with me. My cat is clockwork, in my honest opinion, and has no account. Oh, how you doing, Mike? Mike, take your meds. It's medication time, Mike. Your cat might like a quesadilla. Ooh, I like that name. That's a good name. Just reheat it in your. I don't own an air fryer. I have an oven. It's got a fan in it. My cat provides me with investment advice. All right. Biden weighs new curbs on chips, semiconductor making devices. Just cut off all exports. Let's get some, like, why is everyone being such a bitch lately? I want some action. Have you actually named the cat yet? Um, no. He's got some nicknames that I've been working on. The two big ones are shithead and little asshole. He's both of those things. Sometimes, Fluffy, I can't tell if Mike is just fucking with us. Hawkish paws. Got any that aren't insults or cussing? No. Not JFresh, the cat in your apartment. Oh, no. When next collaboration with Houston Wade? I feel like that's unlikely. Animals tend to respond better to names that end in the EE sound. Alright, noted. Could Charm push up SPX higher if it's trading around the 4550s? Yeah, I don't think that's the way that Charm's gonna work. You should give him 2 fold bowls with tickers on them, and not to get trading picks, but to have something to berate him about. I'd just be like, I can't believe you bought Carvana. You can take my past cat names. They've also passed on R.I.P. Little Queen Trashmouth and Shit Rat. Sorry to hear about your loss. Name Dad? My dad told me that cat makes the sounds meow meow and dog makes the sound woof woof. So I think there's a distinction. God, what an intellectually stimulating day. What did I miss? Fucking nothing. SPX is just going to trade flat into close. It's not actually trading flat, it's going up. Just very, very, very slowly. Can't you feel the excitement? How about something like Morgan Furman? No. Yeah, but housing data. Stockpile for the Spank Bank. Yeah. How bearish is another rejection off 45.25? Oh, kind of about as bearish as the last one. Less bearish later in the day, but out of the money call interest still looks like crap. The problem, it's hard to tell because there's a lot of out of the money call interest for later this week, just not a lot for later today, right? So there's calls. There's calls at 43, well, 43, 40, 45.30 is kind of shitty, but 45.35's pretty good. 45.40's nice. But that from 25 to 35 is a bit, well, it's a bit crap, honestly. My new puppy is gonna think her name is Ow Fucker. The tiny baby shark teeth are insane. Alexa, play Baby Shark. You're welcome. Mike's really on one today. You're right, man.
Save it last do. Now say, hey Google, play Baby Shark, or just hey Google. I hate you. That song went on while I'm in a Zoom meeting. See, now you have street cred, Ribs and Tibbs. I can't think of anything more fucking OG than having a tiny, whatever dog you were buying and listening to Baby Shark while in Zoom meetings. AJ is buying calls on NVIDIA. The signal has been lit. Wait, really? So you're telling me to short it? I'm confused. Bernedoodles are not little dogs, but he's gonna get a mini one. I don't even know what they are. It means nothing to me. He's the fifth horseman of the apocalypse. he's the one the other four left behind. Do you ever collab with the Macro After Dark guys? I did like a Q&A with them. They had a bunch of questions about GameStop way back when. The mini aren't small either. Look it up for entertainment. Wait, is that a Saint Bernard and a poodle? Yeah, and you're really worried about losing your job, huh? Left behind because I'm too destructive. I'll send you a picture of my Bernedoodle. What's your email? Financialautist@gmail.com. What street did you grow up on? You know who also had questions and was an interrupting cow? The lightning guy. Yeah. I'm glad I don't do collaborations anymore. My mortgage servicer just sent me a reminder to have an emergency fund. That's just like, don't you better not stop paying us, bitch, or we'll break your legs. We'll unhouse you. You finally got tired of it, Fluffy? You can't let the numerology wear you down. What up, boys? We bearish and Jen Jen. Jen Jen's not the only female on the internet. If DFE returned, you'd know you'd do a collab. It's true. You're not wrong. I would. But would he? For all I know, DFE thinks I'm a big shill. My ex-boyfriend found you because of Houston Wade, and I've been watching you ever since. Huh. So you're saying that I should do collaboration streams to steal other people's viewers?
Regards Kiki also exists. Yeah, she does. If DFE returned, the entire internet would implode. Maybe. What if he was just like out of GME? Oh man, the super stonk hoop jumping would be insane. DFE thinks you yell too much. I'd never yell. I loved when Houston Wade said he YOLO'd GME in a convo with Girk, and then 30 seconds later, he let it slip that it was 2 grand. Girk doing everything in his power not to laugh was priceless. I was being polite. The Lightning collab was legit the best. You tried your best to stay sane during it, but it was nice to see both extremes. Once all in on the squeeze, and one extremely grounded. Well, so far grounded is paid better. Wasn't DFV in here? I don't know. There are videos of several women on the internet, according to my research. It sounds fundamentally flawed. How could you think you're a shill? The only guy who sells more CCs on GME than you is probably DFE. I'd watch you and Houston have a snack date via Zoom and talk about, like, I don't know, medicine and doctor stuff. I'm not a doctor. I don't think he is either. What the fuck is a snack date? The lightning collab must have seemed surreal from your perspective. Well, it was kind of like the DRS people were slowly becoming blinded to anything but their own insane narrative, and I tried to reach across the aisle like a fucking idiot. And so yeah. You're not a doctor? No. Not in this country. But we'll always have Somalia, popcorn trader. Wait, do these collabs exist out there to rewatch? Yeah. I think they're all saved. Not a doctor? Unsub, unlike. They're requesting you start a podcast. I'll join. I can discuss a wide variety of topics like the crab mentality. Do go on. You make loud smacky sounds and enjoy each other's company, of course. Huh. Like no, I don't think so, Squamsk. I need to change my prescription stat. Wasn't that earlier than the purple circle craziness? No. It was it was at like peak purple circle FOMO. Help, I used the one-time PDT forgiveness and I've opened up 3 spread strangle 0 DTE on the SPY for a total of 6 positions. I think one of my lower legs will be worth 0.01 at close. What do? I mean, I don't think you can do anything. You and Cosmic Lightning Warrior seem to bond over ODing on your yachts after MOASS, though. Well, I mean, that's the dream. Wait, is a sommelier not a doctor in Somalia? No. I mean, Houston is a geologist, and GME is basically coprolite at this point. You can discuss that and other fossilized turds. Not ASMR, it's more of an Invader Zim reference. Grr, stop making those loud smacky sounds, and he's eating like a bacon or something. I was never an angry 13-year-old girl in 2003, so I don't really know that much about Invader Zim. Oh yeah? Nice. Remember when Stonkers dressed up and bombarded the shareholders meeting? Yep, that was pretty embarrassing. Only one person is buying yachts off his stock market gains, and legend has it he's got 4 legs and a cat. I'm not buying any boats right now. Are you talking about me? I don't have 4 legs. So we're making obscure Invader Zim references now? Apparently. I said I didn't have 4, little orphan Danny. Hey, look. Up. Lying? Centaur confirmed. The real MOASS was SLD into OPEX. I still can't believe someone made $7 million without a squeeze happening. Yep. The real MOASS was buying the bottom of the SPX in fucking 2022. When everyone told me I was crazy for going long. At least I caught the first 20% of the upside. The real MOASS is the SPX right now. It's doing pretty good for itself. Alright, Dork, we did it. The dream is alive. We weren't drunk. Well, I was a little bit, but yes, perfectly healthy market. Now I just wanted to go up to 40, 45, 50. I can't listen right now because I'm dealing with a bonehead. At least you typed that in the right chat. Is there what call stops? Oh, I don't have any stops, sir. SS status. I believe the government is timing UFO stuff around the same time as MOASS. Speculation opinion. Big tinfoil. I can't but help but notice that the UFO hearings on disclosure are the same week as the Teddy trademark goes live. Most people won't care about the stock market if they're grappling with existentialism. Edit. This is about what the news decides to cover that week. Oh, fucking Christ. No, no, he has a point. No, he fucking doesn't. Great call. I just took a 4530C from 0.55 to 5.50 and bailed. Nice, man. I think I locked in the profitability of the upside. So if this fails, awesome. If it keeps going up, even better. Am I in a fever dream? Nope. Nope. This is real life. Gert, my straddle for tomorrow is set up. What mean? At what price? Are you at 45.25? If you are, it's not bad. I'm also straddled there. Oh, all right. The Kierkegaard effect. Oh, Jesus. Aliens are literally the composite man. That's a little more substantiated. Any new positioning coming in here? Not really. A little bit of a breakdown of sold calls at 42.25, I think, and a little bit of out of the money volume, but not a ton. What was the catalyst? Constant grinding to the upside? Something had to break. I fell asleep and woke up 10 minutes ago to 330% on my 45.25 calls. Nice. Hmm. I know we don't like fibs around here. We don't. Don't even bother. Forty-five, 31, 49 is the 78.6 level from all-time high to October 2022 low. I have it drawn because other people look at it, but we went above it. So it's invalidated? We hit 45, 32, 85. How much upside is there? 45.40 potentially. But we have to cross 45 up to 45.35. Otherwise it never gets realized. SPY with less than 35 million volume at 52-week high. I'm sure it's fine. It can only get better, right? Call interest suggests we keep going. Longer dated call interest, yes. Zero DTE interest, it's trying. I mean, it's picking up out of the money. It's just not very impactful. 45.30 volume's up a bit here on the dip. 35's up a little more. 40's looking okay. I mean, maybe they've got like a little bit of momentum if they can push up higher. Who needs volume when you're the only buyer? Fair. By longer dated, do you mean Friday, or has August flow started? No, there's not a lot of interest for August. Most of the call interest is for Friday. Some of it in August, but very little. They have 30 minutes. Calls are getting cheaper. Yeah, they are. Hmm. So I blocked that in, but if I buy... Hold on. If I buy another one of these for 50 cents, it brings them down to like $1.50. That quantity goes up to 2. It doesn't really change anything though. Profitability is basically still the same in the mid-range. I guess I can get more profitable. 20? Yeah, so 50. I dropped to 15. That's not really worth it. I'm already profitable if we hit 15. $1.55. I put... Ooh, that's kind of nice. Let's see. That's not really turning around. Like I said, I know we don't, and I don't like fibs. I just think it'd be short-sighted not to be aware that we are trading near one. Uh, I don't really think they're impactful enough. Not on something as liquid as SPX. I straddled SPY at 499 July 26. At no point was it profitable. And I got stopped out on my calls finally on the 230 downs, but it didn't drop enough to go positive. Did I do something wrong? We straddled for the 26. We have way too much theta. So partially that. And it sounds like you had a very tight stop, or you would have been profitable now, right? Was SPY $2 higher than your strike? $3? Two 25. I mean, but mostly too much theta. If anything, on SPY and QQQ, you have to pull back the amount of theta you buy. Just simply because the profitability is already awful. Thoughts on 10-12 DTE for weekends? Yeah, for weekends it's generally okay. You want a little more because you don't want the theta decay to eat up your position over the weekend. But on SPY you can't really go that far out. SPY you have to probably trim it back. I don't know where. I haven't been trading them on SPY. I will try for 5 DTE tonight. I mean, for tonight, I mean, for SPY, you probably don't even need to go 5. Like you need so the more theta you get, the bigger the move you need. The less theta you get, the smaller the move you need, but you have decay, so if it trades flat, you could be in trouble. Yeah, or an increase in implied volatility. Okay, so looks like SPX is moving. ES is moving back up to retest 4460. We tested 65 and got rejected, but ES is holding the trend, so maybe we keep pumping. This is pretty important. I guess you could see it here too. Holding. Let's say there. VIX Wick. Yeah. My 0 GTE 4500 P's dead. They've been dead since like market open. I don't think you have that position at all. I had one. Why did you have one? Or were you straddling or something? Why didn't you close it? I don't know. What, poorly? I'm sorry. A 3GT SPY straddle needs plus minus 0.5% move if sold early-ish the next day, according to option strat. That seems like a lot. You also get a bump in VIX first thing in the morning. So usually at market open, volatility picks up, and then it falls off into the rest of the day. And believe it or not, over the last 6 months, that's not that uncommon. It's actually not very uncommon for us to get a move. So the problem with looking at it on option strat instead of looking at it like two individual legs is that it's taking the cumulative loss and gain, right? For you to hit profitability. Whereas if you look at it as like individual legs, then it's a lot easier to hit profitability. Like if we open up 20 BPS, right? And you sell your call, and then, like on a rejection, and then we move down 25 BPS, and you close your put, and then it moves back up again later. Like this is very common, right? And if you're straddled here, these exits are profitable. And a lot of the last 3 months we've had open up like 50 BPS, correct down 80, and then like move up like 110. You try to match the value or the number of contracts? Just the number of contracts usually. Up here, this close to Gamma Max, I'm not buying a lot of theta on the call side, but I'm buying a little extra theta on the put side because I expect to have to kind of carry them a little longer. If we don't get an actual SLD this week, you think SPY can try to push for 4,600 in the next 2 weeks? Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable. Gamma Max will have to move up though, otherwise we could get rejected off of it again. We'll probably get a rejection with OPEX anyway, and all of the charm and the gamma falling off on the long side. But if that recovers above like 4,400, then yeah, there's probably a good chance that the bounce back carries us higher. Bull flag on SPX? No? Where? Selling SPX credit spreads overnight? Not overnight. Intraday? I sold them over the weekend, but not overnight. I'm trying to manifest it. Am I sure about what, Danimal? Well, I knew we'd be really hung up on like 4,500 over the weekend. That's why I sold the Condor. Like interest at 4,500 in both directions was so fucking high into this morning. So I knew the Condor would just be free theta decay. And I sold it wide enough that it wasn't a big risk. Even if we did start to move into open, I could like close out the side that presented some risk. How wide of a condor did you sell? At the middle point, like $50. And then So what I did this morning at market open, once we started to show some support, so they expire today. I closed like the 45.25 sold call, right? And then I leave like the 45.50 call open in case we move higher. I mean, it hasn't really gained any value, but if it does, you can then close that out. That's something you can do to minimize like that barrier risk on iron condors. Is if you have the money, you can close out the short position and let the long ride. So like say you have a condor from like 4500 to 45.25, and you've got your long calls here, and like the market starts climbing up, you can close these, and then that changes. It doesn't significantly improve your profitability curve, but it slightly improves it. When I unsub to Pigeon Whale and resub next month, can you play the Re Coo 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 song you were playing on Friday? I could. You'll have to remind me, but I could. It seems like if the market just keeps this rate of moving upwards, it can possibly push towards 4,700, which is near all-time high. I mean, that's not very likely, right? It's not very likely in the short term, simply because Gamma Max is right there, and I'm not really sure the market can move higher than that. And then it adjusted Gamma Max is at like 45.55. How would the Dorito of Doom options contract be constructed? Oh, Jesus. Why don't you just sell them hats to keep the aliens from reading their minds? That seems a lot easier. I sold Condor on paper over the weekend with $30 in the middle. I was wondering why it was down when SPX ripped to 45.32. It went green. Turned out IBKR sold short Condor, took profits. Nice. I had 5 SPY 450Cs. I closed way too early. I mean, maybe not, but maybe. You got shaken out on the morning chop, I'm guessing. You didn't believe me when I said ups? I wasn't lying to you. Do you still out the money bull put spread on SPX to maximize your gains along with zero DTE calls? Sometimes. Hmm. Interesting. I think that's about it for today, right? I guess I want this to close below 45.25 or above 45.25, but below 45.30. Okay. Hmm. Ding ding, I'm done for today. What happened, crypto? Are you just out or did you make money? I think so. Yeah. On cash settlement. Shockingly not a lot for the amount of effort and work put in, but some. 45.15 calls are cash settling at 1,200 each. Yeah. 25 call cash settles up. The 40, yeah. Yeah, I did. I'm just done with this bullshit market. My port's still strong. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fucking just awful right now. Bullish or bearish, crack? I'm about to enter an entire unhedged position. What's new? Uh, um, fucking popcorn. Uh, I don't know where this is gonna. This is just gonna get weird for the next 10 minutes. It could kind of go either way. There's a lot of out of the money calls. 45, 61, 25 got rejected. That's interesting. That's kind of an arbitrary resistance, but it seems to be playing out. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, that works. I think I need to buy one of these. Just in case. Alright. Yep, that closes up the risk. How did your monster position do? It looks like it's going to be profitable. Behold, I am become popcorn destroyer of ports. Oh, Jesus. Some days I'm allergic to making smart decisions. Oh well, back at it tomorrow. I don't really know if there was any smart decisions to be made today besides like maybe at the money calls it open. I quit my job at noon today, and long story short, I still have it after a discussion with HR and clarifying that I might be dumb, but I know state law. Okay, is that going to be awkward moving forward or no? When choosing QQQ straddle strikes like today, would you buy 382 or 383 and why? Mm, it's kind of like on a downtrend here. I mean, I don't think it actually matters which one you choose there. You either pay more for the call or more for the put. You could try to like leg into like the it's bouncing, so you could try to like leg into the 83. You'd buy like the call out of the money and then hope it moves above 83 into close, and then you could buy the put out of the money. It's slightly more advantageous than 82, just based on the pricing. You could strangle, which is a bit worse, but is it possible for Jamie to get over $30 ever again? Uh, sure. Is it gonna happen anytime soon? I don't know about that. It is very awkward. Okay. Let me see if I can leg into this. What is it? July 18. So we'll try by the call. By is that not a fair bid? Yeah, that's fair. Why aren't I filling? Okay, there, I got the fill. So yeah, then as it moves up, you try to get the put. And so you want this put. 83. 83 would be like $1.28. By 'Their close is kind of bearish, actually. Yeah, this looks like it's slipping. So I mean, I guess the only thing you can do is you either pay more for the put, or probably just God damn it, probably just strangle, right? Because it doesn't look like it's gonna find support there. Good price on the call though. Ooh, big dumps. Nice. Where's this gonna close? $30. Is that the line in the sand? 45.20? Where are you unprofitable? It'll close there. 45.25. Ding ding. Their powers are slipping. Mwahahaha. Yeah, that was a lot of work for fucking what I think is going to be like $278, but I guess not bad. Still better than 10%. First overnight straddle. Wish me luck. Best of luck to you, Bob. Or Papa Muff. Sorry. Have you ever Uber Eats a seafood tower? No. Please show us the option strat. Hold on. What was that? Hold on. I gotta look. 102. Hold on. Boom. I can't reduce the range more than this. But yeah. Yeah, we're pretty green across the board. Also cash settlement. So which this isn't factoring in. The contract value's 14 on a net debit of 1168, right? Gross, I know, but money's money, right? Money's cool. All right, guys. Thank you so much. OPEX on the menu? Not yet. Maybe if there's some actual realization on GME of liquidity, but we're not seeing that yet. Anything from Baba headed into tomorrow or just downs? I mean, I've got a little bit of time on my position. I should have picked up some more here into close, but there can still be another entry if you haven't gotten one yet. I'd be looking at like the 93.50 level for continued downside. Obviously, keep an eye out if the CCP announces any kind of quantitative easing programs tonight, because they might before the market opens. They have a habit of doing that when they have bad news. So otherwise, Hang Sen's gonna open and probably get steamrolled by their shitty GDP numbers and insane youth unemployment. First overnight straddle. Wish me luck. You got a better entry. Oh, what the QQQ one? I was just doing that as an example, but it's a strangle. Anyway, yeah, you guys got it. I will see everybody bright and early tomorrow morning. Everybody have a good night. Later.